Good afternoon, Mr. Mukul. Welcome to this JIIT's ATAL FDP.
Sir, you're on mute, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, everyone.
Namaskar, sir. Thank you.
Namaskar.
So we'll start in next 2 to 3 minutes. Participants are joining us.
Okay. I'm still trying to figure out how to share my screen in Google Meet.
There's a button called Present Now where you have to click. But yeah, Present Now. Can you see that?
Present now. Okay. This is the
Next to
bottom.
the emoji. Yeah, next to that smiley button.
Oh, present now. Okay.
Yeah. But
So
just a thing that you keep your slide share mode on. Okay. And then press Alt Tab to come to this Present Now button. Then it works in the full screen. Otherwise, it creates a little problem.
okay, can we try that?
Sure, sir, please.
Okay, present now.
You
And
share
then
your
select it.
so before pressing Present Now, just keep your slide in the slide screen slide share mode.
Oh, slide in the slide share mode.
Yeah.
That's my PPT.
Yeah. Just put it in Present Now presentation mode, like a full
Okay.
screen mode.
Correct.
Yeah. Now press Alt Tab and come to this meeting.
Oh, then Alt Tab. Okay.
Now you can select the screen where your Google Meet is on.
Okay.
Here, when you now Present Now, you select that full screen. Okay. It will give you an option to select which window. That way you'll be able to screen the audience as well as their slides.
Okay, so now it says Chrome tab, Windows, entire screen. Entire screen is here.
Just share the tab. Yeah. Entire screen you can select if it's allowing you to, or just window. When you click on window, it will show you that full screen mode. Are you able to see it?
Okay.
Yeah. Just select the window where your slides are playing in the full screen mode.
Can you see something now?
Yes, we can see your slides. But this
Okay, now there are some embedded videos in there. So
it plays. So.
it will play with audio and everything. It's not like Teams where I have to go and share my audio as well.
No, it will play. It will play the audio. When you're sharing this tab, there is a button, a small checklist, which says that share audio as well.
Okay. So now, do I have to go back to my PPT and use the PPT to...
Just try changing the slides. We'll see if it's moving or not.
Okay, I have to go into PPT then.
Or you can share your slides with Nitima and Nitima can present. Yeah, Nitima, that would be better, right?
This is a huge, this thing is almost 45 MB. So
And sir was telling me that he has to take permission from his office.
Yeah, I think like this because there's a lot of information in here.
No problem. Then you can present like this. We are able to very clearly read.
Okay. Now, no, because the thing is, how do I navigate through my presentation now? Because
just press the next slide. Yeah. Press the next button.
No, so I have to basically go and bring up my PPT and then I will not be able to see myself, right?
It's okay. I can help you out. If anybody raised the hand or asked the question, I can help you out. That this person is asking the question or writing something.
I think his video has frozen.
So can you please reconnect and come back again?
Hello?
Hello, sir.
Are you able to see my slides change?
No.
Very good afternoon, Dr. Nitima and Dr. Ridhima.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Just allow us, participants, we request you to just allow us till we just figure out this slide presentation and then we
Okay,
officially.
so now I'm seeing right now my Google
Nitima, is
Meet
it only me or are you?
There is some
window.
connection.
On right hand side, I see all the participants, including myself. On the left hand side, I see my slide deck.
Yes,
So
sir.
just
Are you able to see my slides?
we are able, but they are not changing. So I think you should need to stop presenting first. And then once you present now, when you click on the present now button, you will select the window where the slides are open in the full screen mode. You'll have to select
Okay.
that window. Here you have selected the window where your PPT is. Just put it in present now. Yeah.
I've
Click
stopped.
on
I've
present.
stopped presenting.
Okay. Now click on present now.
Click on present now.
Go to window.
Okay.
You'll see multiple screens opening there. You select
Yeah.
the screen where your presentation in a full screen mode.
Okay. I have to go back and put it in the full screen mode.
Yeah. And then come here and select present now. Perfect, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Now the challenge which I
Now,
have is that,
now whatever you want to do with your laptop, you can do. Okay. You can come wherever this will start working.
now if I go back into my presentation,
So you can change the slide now. Use the arrow button to change the slide.
no. But I can change the slide using my PPT. I have to go back to the PPT window.
No,
or
no,
what?
you don't have to go back to the PPT. Just come to the Google Meet now.
Okay.
Okay. And when you, click on the next button, the arrows button, the slides will change.
Nope. No, it's not changing. That's the.
No, not changing.
Nope. It's not
And
changing.
what if you go
Yes.
to the alt tab on the slides share mode? Will it change? You can try that. Generally, it does. Just press alt tab, come to the same window where your slides are in the full screen mode.
Yes. Now in here it can change.
Yeah, we can see the change. Yeah, we can see the change. So you can continue meeting, speaking, and they're changing perfectly well.
Okay. So
When you
okay.
have to change, basically you have to shift. Yeah.
Okay. So basically now I'm seeing my full screen. I'm not able to see any of the participants. So if anyone has any questions or anything, I will not know.
I can help you with that. If anybody is having any question they're writing or they're asking, I can help you with that.
Okay, fine. So as far as I'm concerned, I presume everything is working fine right now. And only thing is, which I like you to know, that I'm not able to see any of the participants. So in case anyone has a question, you'll have to just give me a shout and I will kind of stop.
Yes,
Mukul
sir.
sir, I'll just give you one last tip. In case you want to see yourself and there is a slight while that you don't need to change your presentation, you can come to this meeting. When you have to change, you can go to that.
More than seeing myself, I would say I like to see the
Participants.
the other
Yeah. So
participants.
we'll help you with that when they have to
So I
speak
think-
something or when they message something.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I presume participants are able to see me right now.
They are.
Okay, great. Fine. So
So
just let me know when to
Yes.
start.
Yes. Can we start, Dr. Ridhima?
Yes, please go ahead.
Right? In between, others can join us, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, once again, so today not good evening, but good afternoon. Or I can take this privilege of saying good morning because we are meeting first time for the day. So we are on the 6th and the last day of this ATAL FDP. And from last 5 days, we are fortunate enough that so many experts, they have come and they have shared their experiences. They have also told us they have also given us their insights on various topics. So today marks the 6th day and very important sessions are scheduled for this day. So let's start with the very first session, and we are grateful that we have Mr. Mukul Saxena ji with us. So let me take this opportunity of introducing our participants all over India. Dr. Mukul Saxena, I'm sorry, it's not Mr., it is Dr. Mukul Saxena. Mukul has been a veteran in the field of research and development for over 4 decades and has pioneered the transformation of R&D landscape of organization, spanning across a multitude of cultures. He is currently serving as President and Chief Technology Officer for Havells Group, heading its Center for Research and Innovation. The team is responsible for developing customer-centric innovative products, cutting across multiple business verticals of Havells, along with common technology platforms relevant for those verticals. Prior to joining Havells, Mukul was heading Siemens Corporate Research, India Labs, leading diverse technologies relevant for healthcare, energy, and industrial automation domains. He has worked with GE Global Research from 1989 to 97, and then from 2000 to 2004. His last assignment with GE was as the Global Technology Leader for Advanced Mechanical Technologies, based at the John F. Welch Technology Center, Bangalore, India. Mukul graduated from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, with a BTech degree in mechanical engineering. He has received his MS and PhD degrees from the University of Rochester, New York. He has contributed to over 30 technical publications in the area of computational mechanics and is a co-editor of the book Geometry and Optimization Techniques for Structural Designs, which is published jointly by Computational Mechanics Publication and Elsevier. Mukul served as part of the Academic Senate of IIIT Bangalore from 2000 to 2018. He was nominated by the Ministry of Human Resource and Development to serve on the Board of Governors for Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, for 2004 and 5 term. With this, we welcome you, sir, on the 6th day of this FDP. And we are truly blessed that we have great participants over here. Mostly are the faculty members, research scholars, and the professionals. And we believe that we have so many questions that will keep you engaged for this entire session.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Professor Nitima. And welcome to all the participants. And thanks a lot for a very detailed introduction about me and my background. And in fact, I was thinking of walking the participants through some of my experience, my professional experiences, and really highlight some of the transformations that I've been part of and some of the changes that we have been seeing and driving using innovation and design thinking approach for business excellence. So, I have put together a set of slides just to use as leaders for the follow-up discussion and have more of an interactive Q&A. I think for me, I would really appreciate, if we have more of an interaction rather than just a delivery of the key messages. So I'll use maybe first half an hour for sharing my thoughts. I might get a little technical at times, but if you feel that it's getting too technical, Professor Nitima, please let me know, and I will try to keep it highly non-technical.
Definitely.
Okay. So whatever I think Nitima already shared with you, that's my background. So basically, did my BTech from IIT Kanpur and then went to US to do my MS and PhD, and from University of Rochester in New York. And after that, I joined GE Corporate R&D in the research labs, and have had the privilege of really driving R&D for multiple organizations for almost 4 decades now. And I when I look back and really see how the technology landscape itself has changed, it is really mind-boggling. Starting from the days of virtually no emails, no computers, to the days today, where everything can happen on a small tablet. It has been a huge transformation, and how it has changed the lives for many of us. At the same time, it has also presented a lot of challenges for many of the corporates. Corporates who have been agile to really embrace this technology changes and have been proactive, and they were able to transform themselves very, very quick as compared to some other organizations who were really slow. And as a result, we don't even know about those companies today. So, for example, I can talk to you about this famous company. I'm sure you all would have heard of it. Excuse me, Eastman Kodak Company. And that, I mean, I always think of that company because in my heydays when I was doing, I mean, I had gone to US, the headquarters of Kodak used to be in Rochester, New York, a company which was synonymous to photography and, of course, the conventional photography, but they were very slow in anticipating the change towards digital photography. As a result, what happened, I mean, I'm sure you all know of that Kodak does not even exist today. So likewise, I mean, I can talk about a lot of things, a lot of companies in different spaces. So I had the privilege of driving technology for, I would say, a leading US company, which was General Electric, then switched over to Siemens, a German flagship company, working on really large B2B kind of products, which was spanning across aircraft engines, power turbines, communication satellites, advanced materials for plastics, also looking into electrical systems, electrical safety products, healthcare products, could be ultrasound, CTs, MRIs, and those things. Um, I've been doing that for a long time. But then I realized that I think there was something which was lacking in this whole exposure which I had to technology. And that was, really being able to see an immediate impact and how you're delivering an impact for your end consumers. When you're working for a B2B company, I think somewhere, yes, you are contributing to the technology, to the innovation piece, but you have a very long line of sight to how your results are going to make an impact in terms of the business side of it and how you can do it better. So 2018, when this opportunity came to me to really move into a B2C space, I really took it up mainly because I wanted to really drive this kind of a transformation for a company which thrives primarily on understanding and anticipating the business needs or the consumer needs and leveraging technology to really fulfill those needs. And this is what I'm going to touch upon during the course of this presentation. I presume all the participants, they know about Havells, but in case you don't know, I mean, I can quickly give you a very high-level snapshot of the company as a whole. It's a Noida-based company, and a company which has had a very aggressive growth over the last, I would say, since the time it was listed in October of 1993. Last year, which was the year ending March of 2024, we clocked revenues of roughly 2.2 billion. Company was founded in 1971, and in all the sectors, all the product segments that we are playing out in, we take a lot of pride in the fact that we have to be amongst the top three brands within the country. If not there, then we need to have a very clear strategy of how we are going to get there. Another thing that we are extremely proud of, which is compared to our competition, we have all the manufacturing I would say 95% of the manufacturing which is in-house today. Okay, so we do not believe in trading of products or taking something coming from third parties or coming from Chinese markets and and selling those things. Okay, in terms of a market capitalization, of course it keeps changing. So this is of course an old slide, and I'm sure not taking into account what happened over the last 1 week where the market's time big time, but roughly a company with $14 billion of market capitalization. A very key part of our growth strategy has been, I would say, a focus on R&D that this company has. Okay. And this is something when I look back, I would say that it clearly, I mean, I take a lot of pride in this fact. And in fact, I would say that my claim to fame is all about how, the transformation of the organization has happened from doing more of product engineering to doing more of really R&D centered product design and development. Okay. And of course, coupled with the manufacturing that we do in-house. So we have overall, I would say, 15,000 manpower, which includes a lot of contractors who will be working on the floor shop, roughly 6,500 people on the rows of the company, and 15 manufacturing units, which are spread across 8 locations, spanning the entire, I would say, the country. Okay. And not only this, I think even though we started developing products for India, I think our part of a growth strategy is that we want to be a Indian company, but developing products for the worldwide markets. Today, we have products which sell in 70 plus countries. And these are not just neighboring countries in the SAARC region or in the APAC region. Our reach is really, I would say, quite well spread out. So, which also includes Americas. It includes some of the countries in South America, of course, a lot of countries in Francophonia, in Africa, Middle East region, even Europe, where we are selling our products. And our products, they sell under 6 different brands. Havells, I'm sure you all know about. In Havells, we also have a brand which we say it's really high-end, really premium segment products, what we call as Havells Studio. Then we have Lloyd, which is a white goods segment, which includes all the air conditioners, refrigerators, LEDs, televisions, and washing machines. Havells Crabtree, which is into home automation solutions, electrical wires, accessories, and switches. And of course, Standard, which is also in specific product categories. But by and large, a company which we label as fast-moving electrical goods company, FMEG. Of course, if you look at how things are changing, in this FMEG is no longer electricals, it's turning more of electronics. With more of digitalization happening, with more and more of internet becoming widely accessible, and people, I think, aspirations also changing. I think every company has to think of how do we transform from being the conventional electrical-based company to being more of a digital-based organization. So this is where I would say that we are the India's fastest growing FMEG company, where E is for us electrical and electronics. Basically, our strategy is, our level playing field, by and large, I would say, is people's homes. So we are responsible for bringing safe power from our distribution centers to people's home. I'm going to touch upon different product segments which help us do it. To bring this power from distribution centers, from your substations, of course, we have industrial products like MCCBs, air circuit breakers, all the things which are your safety products for electrical distribution. Then we also into cables and wires. Cables helping us distribute or bring this power, okay, into people's homes. And then once it's inside the home, how do we distribute the power to make it accessible for the consumers? So that's where it comes, the distribution products business. So which includes your MCBs, your RCCBs, the products which are typically behind your distribution boxes inside your flats, inside your houses, which are basically letting you control or drive electrical safety inside the home. Then we also, take the responsibility of making this power accessible to the end consumers through, wires for distribution, and through all the wiring and accessories, which are switches, your sockets, and everything which goes inside the sockets. We are, into all those segments. So we are also serving, I would say, 70% of our sockets. So which means that if you look at from kitchen perspective, all the kitchen appliances, mixers, grinders, juicers, OTGs, your rice cookers, hand mixers, anything and everything that you can think of from a kitchen perspective, we are into it. Which also includes your water purification or the RO units, air purifiers. So by and large, looking at how do we, in the electrical space, how do we make the life of a consumer safe and comfortable, okay? And not just comfortable, but also focused on the health and well-being aspects. So this is where water purification and air purification part of it also comes in handy. Okay. An important part of the strategy is, of course, a big focus on R&D. In fact, 7 years ago when I was brought into Havells, the charter and the mandate given to me was help us transform from being more of a product integration or a components integration company into being a real R&D focused company where we can take end-to-end ownership of all the products that we are bringing out for our consumers. So having said that, customer centricity is a key element of our growth strategy and design thinking. I'm sure design thinking is becoming like a very common thing, but believe me, if you are a B2C company, if you really want to talk about innovation, innovation has to be outside in as compared to inside out kind of innovation. So what do I mean by that? As technologists, we have tendency that we like to create a lot of inventions. Okay. Inventions, which are something which is, I would say, a technologist's delight, something we know that is a great thing, as a great, finding that we have come across during the course of our work in the labs, but not really having so much of focus about how this invention is going to translate into business viability and help the organization generate more of revenues. See, if you look at inventions and innovations, it's a cyclic process. A company invests in R&D, and it's investment because we are a cost center. So whatever investment is happening, it comes likely from your bottom line. Now, why we're doing these investments? Because we want these investments to help us secure our long-term future and do it through bringing more innovations for our consumers so that we will be able to grab more of mind share of our consumers, and that in turn enhances our customer value proposition and helps us generate higher revenues, and not just higher revenues, but higher revenues with higher contribution margins. So if you look at it, if I were to sum up our R&D strategy, I would say is about taking end-to-end product responsibility through innovation and technology, and of course, owning end-to-end, taking end-to-end responsibility and owning all critical technologies. If I am developing an air conditioner for which I am taking the controller coming from a third party in China, I'm always going to be dependent on this third party to bring in any innovation into this product. I don't want to be a player who is just bringing in more of aesthetics kind of changes and design changes like that as the only innovation, but also bring in more of technology value proposition for my consumers. And that is very, very critical. And I think being able to realize that is the only way we are able to secure our future and drive business excellence for our organization. So there are basically, different parts of it that our product portfolio has to be such that we are always kind of out there anticipating the consumer needs and being able to adapt the product portfolio to meet the consumer needs. Looking at technologies from a global horizon perspective, focused on new innovations and platform concept for product development. What do I mean? What do I mean by product, platform concept? The idea here being that, if I have developed, a platform, I can always kind of use it as a basis to bring in more and more innovation into my products, rather than having to change everything and build everything from scratch every time I have to think of new innovation. And this is something which really helps us a lot. I mean, I'll give a simple example. If you know about Toyota, Toyota had launched this vehicle called Qualis. Now, after some time, they used the same platform and came out with Innova. After that, the Innova platform is adapted for launch of Krista. Krista is used as a platform for launch of High Cross, right? So basically, you're not changing your overall, I would say, the core elements of your engine, your transmission, your chassis, but you are using a lot of add-on innovations into your product platform to really have more of an optimal cost position and still being able to bring out more and more innovation into your products. Okay. So this has been a core focus of our R&D strategy. And this is something that, I'm going to highlight through some of the specific examples, and these examples are from within the context of Havells. Okay. So for us, innovation is one of our strategic lever that we have been using. So we invest a good part of our top line, almost 2% of our top line goes into our R&D spend, and that is helping us secure our future and bringing out more and more innovations which also have the customer value proposition. Okay. Uh, so this is something which is led by our world-class research and innovation center. This is what I am responsible for. So, for example, we were the first company, okay, to launch this induction-based heating technology. I'm sure all of you know about water heaters, and people who are living in places like maybe Chennai or maybe Noida or Whitefield in Bangalore, you'll know how the water quality has a big impact on the heating efficiency. You bring in a new water heater, it heats up your water in 15 minutes or 20 minutes, and you give the same kind of heater 2 years or 3 years time frame, and this efficiency drops down big time. Okay, so whatever time it was taking earlier, it might become now double the time or 3 times the time. Why? Because all the salts which are there in the water, okay, they tend to form deposits inside on top of your heating elements. Okay, and that reduces the heating efficiency, and because that's like a forming a insulation layer on top of a heating element. So what we did was, and this is a thing which came out during our customer or consumer insights, brainstorming studies, which is a very core element of design thinking approach. Okay, that what can be done to make sure that we are not losing out on this efficiency in during the course of the life of the water heater. So we, as an organization, we were the first one to launch a heater which is based on induction water heater. So this water heater does not have any heating element inside. The conventional, those resistive heating elements, which are like a rod kind of a thing. So there is no scope for any salt deposition happening on it. Okay. And we are the first company to have done something like this. So basically, our we have a well-balanced R&D strategy. As I said earlier, we invest almost 2% of our 1 to 2% of our net sales, which go into R&D. Today, we have R&D centers spread across 4 different locations. The biggest, 2 of them are in Noida, one in the corporate headquarter location, other is, of course, a dedicated R&D center, what we have. Then we also have a technology center, research and innovation center based in Bangalore, which does a lot of these work, which forms the basis of all these different platforms or building blocks, which are used by product teams to develop products out of those. Okay. Then we also, as part of a strategy, as I said earlier, we take ownership of all the critical technologies, mainly because, if I have to drive the new innovations or the next generation of thinking into my products, I want to be in control of the core technologies. Okay. I can always take an easy path where, I can take these different, building blocks coming from third party and build my product out of it. But then what will happen is that ultimately I'm dependent on all these suppliers of core technology for doing my products. Okay. And most importantly, we take end-to-end responsibility of our products, starting from early stage, concept development for new ideas, new thoughts. And this is where I would say the design thinking approach is very, very crucial for our innovation strategy. So, whenever we are looking at starting any new big initiative, we always do this kind of filtering of all the ideas in collaboration with our stakeholders, which includes our business teams, our manufacturing teams, supplier, teams, our vendor base, and most importantly, our consumers. because ultimately whatever we are working on, it has to address a specific pain area of the consumers. Okay, so if my consumer feels that, oh, by the way, when I'm using your blender in the kitchen, it's so noisy that I can't hear I can't have any conversations. That's a very useful insight. And how do I take that insight and translate it into a new generation of product where I can develop industry's quietest mixer grinder, which will bring down the cost to substantially lower levels. Okay. Same thing happens true for maybe if I were to look at the heaters. Conventionally, I'm sure you all know that heaters, they use either halogen rods or convectors, which are known to really create, deplete a lot of oxygen in the room, which is not right. So how do we address these kind of challenges? Okay, developing washing machines which can remove the tough stains, which are very common in within the Indian scenario. Okay, so very regional problem, but useful insights coming through our consumer insight studies, and then we are taking it through our toll gate process to develop new products, and we'll take this entire ownership for the manufacturing, and even when the product is launched till the end of life of the product, as long as it's in the field, we are taking the full ownership of maintaining these products, because it also gives us useful insights about what new things we need to bring out into our new generation of products. Okay. So with that, I'll just give you examples of some of our recent success stories. Okay. I already talked, in the context of air purification. I think this is something which came up a lot during the days of COVID. You know, all these air purifications or air purifiers, they talk about having membranes which can remove, you know, your suspended particulate matter of a specific size, right? Now that's great because up to PM 2.5, PM 1, you can go through these mechanical filtration. Now, what happens when you have pathogens, okay, or volatile compounds? Okay, when you are doing cooking in your kitchen, there are a lot of volatile compounds which are being emanated. How do I address these compounds? Okay, because some of these things, bacterias, even bacteria, you can filter out because they are still less than one. I know they are bigger than 1 micron in size. But moment you go into viruses are very, very small protein chains. How do I remove viruses from the air that I'm breathing in? Okay, so with that as an insight, okay, we developed a technology which is using photocatalytic oxidation. What it does is it has very advanced surface chemistry which is used, and if we expose the air and these viruses to specific surface catalyst, it causes a degeneration of the protein chain. And when that happens, your viruses, they degenerate. The first of its kind in the industry that we have developed, and we are very proud of this. This is something which we launched more than a year ago, and it's called Havells Meditate, air purifier. Okay, again something where the need or the latent need coming from the consumers, and technologists bringing in their technology perspective to really see how do we bring in a novel solution which will address the specific requirement. Okay, so again, we go through the structured process of understanding the latent needs and the stated needs of a consumer through structured design thinking workshops, uh, trying to even latch on to some of the you know wishes that get expressed during these sessions. For example, I give you a simple example. I mean, there was a session we were doing with some of the architects and specifiers in Mumbai. Now, these guys said that, what, if I look at your standard tube light, your battens, what we call it, why do they have to be always linear? They're always 4 feet, 3 feet, 2 feet kind of linear battens. Now, these days, all the workspaces, they're becoming quite, innovative. They no longer, follow a linear profile. They can be curvilinear, and they can be any, freaky kind of a profile. So why can't we have these kind of lighting solutions which are designed or which can be customized for these kind of requirements. So as a result of this latent need, we came out with a lighting solution, which is called Glam Tubes, which addresses precisely this particular thing where a consumer has a flexibility of profiling your suspended lights, any profile that they would like to see based on the workspace where they're trying to illuminate. Okay. So this is a standard process that we go through as part of our design thinking approach.
Sir, there is a question which is coming in the chat box where they're asking who is your competitor and how you keep yourself ahead of them.
Okay. I would say competition at the local level. I would say the standard companies like Bajaj, Usha Electricals. Off late, you have companies like V-Guards who are also getting into lighting solutions and even fans kind of applications. So I would say depending on the product segment, because we are into multiple product segments. We're into fans, we're into lighting solutions, we are into motors, pumps, white goods. So for example, if I talk about ACs, washing machines, then my competition is going to be at India level is Voltas, Blue Star kind of companies. But I also look at LG, Samsung, Haier, Leber. All these are my competition. So I think, and we are always doing this kind of a continuous benchmarking. And there's this dedicated teams who are doing nothing but benchmarking and always looking out for what is cooking in these labs. Okay, what is going to be the new innovation, and we have the technology and innovation hub in Bangalore, and there are teams who are always scouting for new technologies and really seeing what's on the horizon. For example, today we are working on specific technologies which, if you ask me, they will not see light maybe for next 7 to 10 years, but we're still working on those because I see.
Sir, I think your video has
There are
frozen.
still,
Yeah, we lost you for a couple of seconds.
do I?
And now I think it's fine. We your video froze for some time.
Oh, really? Okay. So I don't know at what point it froze. As want me to repeat something, I can do it. But if the question is answered, then we can move to the next question, or whosoever
So
has asked.
certainly we can move to the next question. And in between, if anybody has to ask anything, they can either raise their hand or they can write it in the chat box.
Okay, fine.
Hold
I
on,
think-
sir. Hold on. Professor Monica Suri has raised the hand. Can we take the question?
Sure.
Yeah, so Mukul sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to understand from you, like you explained whole R&D process, and I just want to know when it comes to hospitality industry, specifically the hotel industry, who is very much in the process of, bringing all the digital transformations through robotics and AI. So how well the Havells products are complementing that particular service sector to bring the best to them, so that you can gain a competitive edge over rest of your competitors.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's a very, I would say, relevant and very valid question. I think I must thank you for this because, there are a lot of companies, who people think are a competition, which I don't think they are competition, but they're more into discrete products. But if you talk about things like hospitality industry, now they are looking at a more of a holistic solution. They're not going out and looking at buying a fan or buying an AC or buying an automation solution or buying climate control solutions. So they will look for a company which can provide them end-to-end solutions which is relevant for their industry. We do have a specific projects team. We do have enterprise business solutions as a specific vertical which is agnostic of different product verticals. So these are the guys who will be interfacing with these specific, consumers or specific segment people. Could be hospitality, could be even things like metros or transportation and logistics, and trying to understand their needs. And then those needs will come down to our level. So to answer your questions, yes, I mean we do get early stage insights and anticipations and aspirations from some of these consumers. And then we have our teams, for example, in a big team of 300 people in Bangalore, who are developing these kind of futuristic solutions where I even have labs which are mimicking an entire room setup in a hotel, which includes your switching solutions, your automation solutions, uh, even things like everything should be IoT control with a lot of AI and ML built into it. So depending upon the use patterns of, for example, even in people's homes. So depending upon the usage pattern, being able to learn the occupant's behavior and the desired behavior, and also not just looking at from people's behavior, but also kind of being always on the lookout for what's happening outside and providing these kind of valuable insights to the occupants of the home. They look, today the air quality outside is such and such. So I think you need to, turn your air purifier on, or having your
And
ACs, air conditioners talk to your fans. And this is something which are very innovative things which we already are working on.
so, sir, what about the airlines industry? Are you also doing some kind of institutional selling with some distinctive products which are different from what we generally send to end-to-end users, like from B to C to B to B? Like, what is the
For
format for that? Yeah.
for airline industry, for airports, yes, but not for the airline industry.
Okay.
Because see, airline industry is a very, we don't have products which will be of relevance for airline industry, but definitely for airports. Because airports, you talk about automation solutions, you talk about electricals, you talk about baggage handling. So there we have solutions which can be deployed there.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Any other question?
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, what we can do, let sir finish his presentation first, and we can take your questions one by one. And I can read so many questions, and there are hands that I can see. Let Mukul
But
sir complete.
sure. I will
Yes,
not
sir.
take too much time. I think I do have some videos also which are part of this presentation. And
Right,
if
sir.
need be, I mean, at least from my side, I can extend it beyond 3:30 depending upon their time commitments. So I leave it to you. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Okay,
So
we can
this
go.
is basically, I was talking about our highly innovative product called Meditate, which is really cutting edge technology product for air purification system. Inspiration came from space technology, which was developed by NASA, mainly for air purification on spaceships. And we had basically further adapted that to develop new kind of surface catalyst chemistry to meet our requirements. Okay. So this is something which is what you call as titanium oxide based space technology, which uses a medical grade HEPA filter. So I will not read out everything, but something which is really a very, very niche and high end product from our portfolio. You can see the video. Let me know.
So we can see the video, but there is no voice.
The most advanced air cleansing technology of any air purifier. It
We
has
can
6
listen.
stages of intense and thorough purification
Is it
that
okay?
uses evolved space technology to obliterate even the finest impurities. The pre-filtering stage cleans the air of particulate matter by using 3 separate filters. The air then passes through the revolutionary photocatalytic oxidation process that performs a deep cleansing of the air at a molecular level. In this advanced process, titanium dioxide plates are exposed to 2 types of UV light, which then creates strong oxidizing molecules. These hydroxyl radicals not only destroy cell structures of bacteria, but vaporizes finer impurities such as volatile gases and odor molecules. The only byproducts of this unique process are elements of natural environment. Deeply cleansed, pristine air. Meditate from Havells Studio.
Okay, so clearly, this is something that we got the inspiration from as part of our design thinking workshops with the consumers, and also understanding what was happening across the globe during the days of COVID. So all these different inputs going into the whole process of developing this particular product. So basically, and understanding the latent and emerging consumer preferences, and these are things which are changing, in current times and days, mainly because I think post-COVID has really challenged many of our kind of companies to really think differently, where people are also looking at using homes as workspaces. And this is where I would say, for example, noise is becoming a huge factor that needs to be looked into for any of the appliances. Okay. So, and this basically led us to this other product that we are very proud of. Industry's quietest mixer grinder. We call it Silencio. Let me be very clear out here. Silencio does not mean it's silent, because silent means that you will not hear any noise. We have given the name as Silencio, which probably could be a little, if someone can argue, is a misnomer. But something which is highly automated with, you can create your own program recipes, you can completely automate your mixer grinding process. Really state-of-the-art mixer grinder, which is designed for very low noise, almost like 10 to 12 dB lower noise as compared to your conventional, mixer grinders. Now, 10 dB noise, let me tell you, this is like, in terms of perceptible noise, is roughly half of what you will normally hear, on a linear scale.
The new age mixer grinder is here. It's an amalgamation of extraordinary style, advanced technology, and smart features. Havells introduces Silencio, the ultra-premium mixer grinder, designed for an unparalleled experience. Its new age stylish design with sleek contours is crafted with extreme precision and adorned with a premium finish, giving Silencio its unique and posh look. The heart of its silent performance is the revolutionary HVDC low noise motor. The innovative technology of this industry-first motor ensures considerable reduction in noise levels than ordinary mixer grinders. The patented air exhaust system maximizes efficiency by providing fast cooling of the motor and further reducing the noise levels. Operated easily through its feather touch control panel and a smooth jog dial. The sleek LED display helps you alternate between smart presets that deliver consistent output every time. Silencio smartly detects if the jars and lids are not properly placed and prevents operation for maximum user safety. To ensure long life of the product, an indicator reminds you whenever Silencio needs servicing. Sharp stainless steel blades are designed to grind the toughest dry and wet ingredients. The specially designed flow breakers and slow grinding process ensures chunk-free grinding while retaining the texture and nutrient value of the ingredients, giving authentic taste every time. The ergonomically designed jars have a lid lock system to avoid spillage and hands-free operation. These insulated jars are double-layered for extra durability and to further subdue noise, and come in many sizes to meet your every grinding, mixing, or blending need. Silencio from Havells.
Okay, the next one I think I already touched upon. This is a magnetron, the water heater. So this is the problem. What you see out here is what I was referring to. I think, and you'll be surprised that, and I can tell you because I've been living in Noida for the last 7 years. Whenever we take, and Noida, for those of you who are not aware of it, there are certain areas where the TDS, the water hardness level, it goes or exceeds even 2000. Okay. And WHO says that it has to be less than 500 for the water to be even considered fit for domestic usage. And there are instances where, if we take down one of these heaters within 6 months of operation, and if you open it up, you'll find almost 2 to 3 kgs of salt deposition, which are inside the water tank. So this is a big problem that we overcame by using induction as a heating technology. Okay, and this is what was launched. It was launched as a 25 liters induction heater. I would say a little 18 months ago, and now we are in the process of launching the one with 15 liters and also modified design version of it, which is going to be hitting the market very soon.
Sir, this video does not have any voice?
It does have voice. We're not able to hear the voice.
I believe it's only me who is not able to hear the voice, or others also.
I heard bleakly in between, but then it went off.
No, ma'am.
I think typically with all these virtual platforms, I mean, this is a common issue which I have faced multiple times.
And we understand it, sir. It's perfectly okay.
Okay. So, anyways, I think towards the end of my presentation. The last example I have is about the water portability and the RO water purification systems, because you know that, for example, many a times we are driven to really even come up with more innovation, mainly because of the regulations, the way they keep coming down to us. For example, when you talk about RO, the biggest criticism of reverse osmosis process for water purification is that you end up wasting a lot of water, okay, for doing a backwash of your water. And because of that, the National Green Tribunal, NGT, they have been coming down too harsh in terms of this technology. So we had to really come up with new innovations in there to really reduce the water wastage for the RO process. And not only this, I think making sure that when you do this reverse osmosis, you are still not doing anything which will take away the relevant minerals which are required, as essential minerals which you're supposed to get from the water. And also not only this, even looking at monitoring of the pH of your water, whether it's acidic or alkaline, and because alkaline is supposed to be more healthy for you and helps your digestion. So this is where making sure that your technologies is such that you are able to address all these kind of requirements. So this is the result of that particular work that we did over, I would say, almost 2 years, and we launched this JIIT alkaline high recovery water purification system, which has again been a great hit. So basically, the idea in all these examples was to let you understand that how invention is not good enough. Okay, because once again, let me differentiate when I say invention. Invention is nothing but more of an output of what an R&D professional is doing. Till the time you're able to take your invention and turn it into a customer value proposition and really address a specific need, it's not an innovation. Innovation, by the very virtue of it, it has the capability of generating higher revenues for you, mainly because you are addressing a specific need of your consumers. You're creating a customer value proposition. And this is where, what are the customer value propositions? I think many times it might come through technology as a lever, but many times it also comes in by having a lot of these consumer insights or immersion processes, which is a core element of design thinking, that you go out and interact with your consumers to understand what are the latent needs from the consumers. Okay, so this is basically I wanted to share with all of you. Now let me come out of it. And maybe, I mean, I can talk about a lot of things. I mean, I had a lot of examples, but
I'll take the first question. Monica, ma'am,
sure.
I'm sorry. May I?
Yeah, please. I've still not raised the hand.
Okay. Sir, if I say FMCG companies, electronic companies typically like Havells, right?
Not FMCG, FMEG.
EG. Okay,
Consumer,
sorry.
FMCG are your
Consumer goods.
the Britannias, the levers, and those
And
guys,
this
right?
is FMEG. That's a new terminology that I'll take to my class from now.
Okay.
So these companies, first of all, what is the usual shelf life of your products? How fast you innovate? And my second question is this: what is the first way to understand? Okay, the demand of the customer is this, or the customer is not happy with this latest product, and if they are not happy, then how much time you take to call back your product?
Okay. See, there are a lot of questions you've asked, Professor Nithima. I think shelf life it varies because, as you know, that we are into 20 different product segments. So depending upon product segment you're talking about, the shelf life could be different. If you're talking about, for example, LED luminaires for consumer application, very short shelf life, I would say 3 to 6 months, because it takes no more than 6 months for a competition to catch up with whatever innovation you are bringing out. Okay, if I talk about fans, I would say maybe 18 months. If I talk about some industrial products like your switchgear, your MCBs, industrial motors and pumps, they could be much longer. If you talk about ultimates for switchgear, which are used in your power stations, your air circuit breakers, maybe 10 to 15 years. Okay. So what we do is, I mean, we are many times, in fact, we are working on projects what we categorize as category X, which means that we do not know whether this is going to be a successful project from a product launch point of view. So we as R&D team will put together a concept, we'll take it to the business teams, and we'll try to excite them. They might get excited, they may not get excited. And if they do not get excited, and if we have a very strong conviction that this is something required by consumers, we'll still work on it. And then we bring in more of consumers also into the process to understand, to gauge what is, the openness from the consumer for something like this. Okay. Many times you'll find out that the technology is well received. The customer wants the product, but there's a very strong constraint from a price position point of view. I want something, but yeah, I'm not going to pay a huge amount of money for this solution. So then we have to go back and really rework on a cost down version of those things. So, I mean, I can tell you that there are some products which we have launched, on which we worked almost 5 years before we were able to take it to the market. So we have launched a product called NutriGrind, which is a stone-based, slow-speed, dry and wet grinder. And this we have been working on since 2018. And it is launched only very recently. Mainly because what we came up with, first of all, we realized that, first of all, we have to get it working. Second, take it to the consumers and really get insights from them that what are the pain areas of the consumers for using something like this. And then we found out that some of the consumers will say, oh, it's very difficult, very cumbersome to change, for example, the stone for dry to wet grinding. Okay. Many times could also be that, yeah, it's too expensive for us to even go for something like this. And we do this thing as a pan-India kind of a study where we have, specific consumer groups or the target consumer groups, which are spread out across different parts of the country. Many times we do it with our own, design teams, or many times we also engage agencies to go out and help us scout it. So, but there are, of course, instances where we even shelve off projects, mainly because after a lot of effort, we are not able to gain enough traction for it. And my mandate to the team is that even if we are successful, maybe in 20 or 30% of our efforts for something which is a blue sky kind of a project, we are okay with that.
But sir, when you're putting 5 years, you're putting so many men hours to something, right? You must be putting finances also to it and everything, and then you have to call out that product just after launching, because people either they are not used to of using that product, or they're not finding it user friendly. So what are the other things that you may do?
It has never happened that we had to call it out after launching it. we have different stages of trying and testing it out. So before we even, for example, this whole product development cycle, we go through a stage-wise introduction. Okay. So we do at many times we do something called what we call as N10 kind of a study, which is we make 10 of those. It's like alpha testing, beta testing for software. And before we do even launch a product, we could do something like N100 launch, which is we have a select group. We'll give out 100. There are 100 products which are made and which are given out to these people, seeking feedbacks from them. And if we have to stop production at that point, we do it. But typically, it will not be like something which is 5 years. And even if it's happening 5 years, the call is not to stop the product, but to really see how do we key in the inputs which we are getting from the markets to make it more sellable.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
I think my co-coordinator, do you have a question, ma'am? I can see this on your face.
I need to ask. First of all, sir, I want to congratulate you for solving this problem of the water heater, because I am in Noida. And trust me, while the time you were saying it, I was immediately on Amazon and Havells, like, this should be my next purchase, because it is a problem. And I've seen one of the heaters in my washroom, when it opened, it was quite like anything, be it RO or machines. It is a major problem in Noida. I am in Noida. I can understand and relate to what you've been saying. And secondly, since I'm from a marketing background, okay, so what gives me a little deep insight is into when we look at electronics as an industry, like Havells, right? If I think of Havells, the first thing I think of is the fans, because that's the most marketed product, or maybe the humor that you used in those products. So if I, as a customer, the first thing that comes to me is Havells fans. I relate Havells with fans, right? Whereas if you look at other FMCG products, they are in that strategy of giving names to the categories, right? So they build up like Lux, or they build sub brands in one parent brand names, right? But Havells is only Havells. So any kind of strategy behind it, like following that kind of a portfolio, or is it with electronics as such a category that it is like this only?
Okay. Very interesting observations. I don't see your name except for I see JIIT conference too.
My name is Dr. Ridhiva.
Okay, so Ridhiva.
Yeah.
Ridhiva. So Dr. Ridhiva, I think you said that you think of Havells as something synonymous to fans. This is the first time I'm hearing that, because whenever I go out in the markets, people relate Havells to wires. Mainly because long ago they had this very, I would say, catchy ad on wires that don't catch fire, right?
I remember that ad.
So that one, and then after that came in the World Cup time 2008 came this advertisement about shock laga, right? So then start thinking of distribution products. But fans, you're right. In fact, we got into fans in 2006, and in no time then we were the first one to even disrupt the whole fan category, because before that, fans used to be your traditional metal, blade, aluminum stamped blades.
I think the designer fans, you owe the...
So basically we are very proud of that, because we came up with this whole idea about the ceiling has to be the fifth wall inside the home. How do we make it more appealing and attractive? Okay. So basically, I think, from a marketing standpoint, let me tell you that, yes, maybe it's a message I can take it back to my team, but definitely we are creating specific brands which go with this. For example, if you go, we were the first one to launch the quietest fan in the industry called Stealth. Okay. So, and it's called Stealth Air. Okay. And I know that many of our dealers are telling me that they'll come to the shop and they ask, "Ki aapke paas Crompton ka Stealth hai kya?" Right. So basically, we also have this thing, for example, when we talk about Meditate, that's our, even though it's part of Havells Studio, but Meditate is our, I would say, marquee air purifier that we have. Like same way, Silencio. So we have been doing these things, and there are a lot more other products which are in the pipeline. But yes, you are right. I think when we start talking about a company which has, I would say, close to 20,000 SKUs, which are still active, and we are launching like maybe adding 2,000 SKUs every year, I think creating, that kind of a, big, I would say, overarching brand. I think that's something that we probably need to pay a little more focus on.
I would really like to discuss this more with you, but I think the meeting is not enough.
Okay.
So we'll have a discussion. Probably I'll ping you on LinkedIn and then I'll take this forward.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, Monica ma'am, you have a question?
Yeah, Ridhima. So, sir, I have few quick questions which I'm sure will be relevant to rest of the participants also. The very first thing is, what is there before your logo? Havells has a symbol before you write Havells. I saw symbol. Is it screw or what exactly is that symbol
No.
about?
Look into inside your breaker, with all these, you have distribution boxes and your MCBs, right? When you have to, which trip. So basically a contact gets made there, and when the current exceeds a specific value for a specific duration of time, it breaks. So what you see out there is a metal, this thing which is used as a contactor tip. So basically there's a contactor tip between, the supply side and the distribution side. Okay, so it's basically it's a part of the electrical system.
Okay. So, sir, keeping in mind your profile, that is CTO, Chief Technological Officer or Technical Officer?
Chief Technology Officer.
Technological. So, I would like to know how it will be differentiated from CDOs, Chief Digital Officer. So, how technological officer and digital officers, they have difference in their job description and profile. Yeah.
See, digitization is more of IT centric. It's more about digitalization. It's more about things which are a little more definitive in outcome. Okay. And this is where, in fact, if you ask me, that is my biggest pain area also, because many of these marketing folks, they keep calling me up and trying to sell me some IT solution or some database solution, cloud solution. Because in our country, believe me, CIO is also called as CTO. So historically, there used to be Chief Information Officer, Chief Technology Officer, and digital officer is a new thing which has come up. But technology means that you're talking about stuff which is more product-centric stuff, where IT also or software is also a part of it, but it's not the key thing. Because when I'm making my product smart, I need to have understanding of the IoT platform in the IoT solution. I need to understand the entire AI ML models for it. I need to know the entire develop the entire apps for being able to access these things. So the entire analytics, but more from a product specific standpoint. This is what, it's within the realm of technology. So technology officer means that our technology could be about material science. It could be about electronics, embedded systems, firmware. It could be about your polymer science. It could be about water chemistry. It could be your biology or anything. Whereas digitalization is a very, very, new thing, which is all about, what are processes you have, how do you digitalize those things, more to drive more of, I would say, autonomous decision making also in the system. So one is more of IT specific thing, other is more from a technology standpoint, which has more bearing on the products itself.
So lastly, PR is very important component of any FMCG or FMEG company, like, patterns also. So how do you see that PR? Do you have your own in-house PR, or it has been outsourced from, Ogilvy or somebody, of that particular?
We have our own in-house Marcom team, marketing communications team. And in fact, you'll be surprised that today, our Marcom budget is a lot bigger than even R&D budget. Okay.
It has to be.
Of course, they don't do everything in house. They will in turn engage agencies. Could be Ogilvy or could be any other big PR firms. But definitely in terms of brand ambassadors, and if you look at our ads, so starting from the days of Amitabh Bachchan to Ranveer Singh, Deepika Padukone, and off late for Meditate, we have Janvi Kapoor. And now we also bring a regional element into it. So when we are developing ads for Kerala, there has to be Mohan, who is our brand ambassador. When we talk about Andhra, it's Mahesh Babu and Tamanna Bhatia. So we are heavily into all these things. So today, in fact, if you ask me, before the time I joined, it's a company which is known for its brand value. So today, if something comes out, people say, "Yeah, Havells ka product hai to acha hoga." And this has been my charter, that how people start talking about Havells for the products. So move away from, I would say, blue selling to red selling of product of these things. I think that's very critical, and this is where the focus on technology and innovation comes in. Because if I have products which talk for themselves, mainly because of the value that they're delivering, then I don't need a huge marketing budget for it. I mean,
So
if you look at
you
Apple.
have which zone you are having the highest, you can say, margin of your sales, if I may ask
Oh
you.
boy. If I were to look at historically, we have been very strong in North and East, and historically. And to overcome that, now we are strengthening our distribution channels, our MFR presence in South and also in the West. Of course, we do realize that if you look at from a regional perspective, I think people have some perceptions and which we are trying to overcome. For example, we have now factories which are in Andhra, in Sri City. We have factory in Tumkur, which is in Karnataka. And so basically making sure that we are recognized as a company which has a pan-India presence. In fact, we also have set up our registered our company in US as well. So there is, Havells US LLC, which is a US-based company. So because we are selling products in the US as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Sarkar, you're raising hand. Any question that you have?
Well, good afternoon, everyone, especially to Mukul sir. Thanks to you, post-lunch session is always known as graveyard session, but you kept all of us waking like anything. Thanks for it. दो छोटे छोटे सवाल हैं. क्या आपके हेवल्स में ऐसी कभी आई है स्थिति की पीएलसी में अगर अपन बात कर रहे हैं तो कोई भी प्रोडक्ट का, इफ आई गो बैक इन 1990s व्हेन पेजर वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड, but it had a very small PLC, right? Huge money was pumped in for that, acquiring that technology and converting it to a product, right? And its life cycle was very short. So do you have faced any such instances in Havells' life? Number one. Number two, as developing a technology and converting it to a product, converting it to a successful product that is customer centric is very important. As you said कि 5 साल आपने मेहनत किया और कई बार ऐसा होता है कि विड्रॉ करना पड़ा. तो every marketing strategy has an option of either developing that strategy, purchasing that strategy, or copying that strategy. Right? Chinese are, if I have heard that Chinese are very good in copying that strategy, right? So I am not going into deeper into that thing. So what according to you as a head of innovation department, Havells are into? क्योंकि कई बार ऐसा होता है कि डेवलपिंग करने में बहुत पैसे लग रहे हैं तो उससे अच्छा खरीद लो.
Okay. I think two questions. Let me try to answer the first one first. Yes, I mean, let me also tell you that my lifespan in Havells is relatively short. It goes back only till, I would say, April of 2018, when I moved to Havells. But let me tell you, yes, we did face a situation where we did realize that we did make a wrong bet on a technology. I'm not sure if you know that in, I think, 2007 or 8, we acquired the Europe operations of Sylvania. Okay. And we paid a huge amount of, money for it, which was probably almost, more than our top line. And then, as luck would have had it, and this was more of the time when this, the transition from CFL to LED was, in the works. And we got into this segment where we got into the CFL business of Sylvania. And then in no time, we realized that it was a wrong bet and we had to come out of it. Okay. A lot of effort and, in fact, a lot of anxieties, anxious moments happened in those days. I was not in house at that time, but I would say by God's grace, and we were lucky, we were able to divest that particular acquisition and came out of it. And at the end of it, we made some money out of the divestment also. So what you're saying is correct. It does happen. And I mean, if you're running into in any business, this thing can happen anytime. We also had situations, for example, when we acquired Lloyd, we paid a significant amount of money for it, and that was just for acquiring the brand name. And they had a model where everything was being traded from China and no factories within the country. They had a dealer network. But what happened is whenever these kind of acquisitions happen, your distribution networks also tend to disappear, okay, because of anxieties which come along with that. But we made a conscious decision that this is something that we believe in, and we are going to pump in a lot of money into this business till the time we are able to turn it around for ourselves. And you'll be surprised when we acquired Lloyd in 2016, in terms of our market share, we were number 11. Last year, we were number 3. Okay. We came in from a position where we are into negative margins to being making profits. And now this year, maybe looking at making healthy profits. So this is part of a business journey. And that's where the financial strength of a company makes a big difference. Today, we are very fortunate that if I look at Havells, it's a debt-free company, it's a cash-rich company, and they we can take these kind of risks. So this is where I would say, and we have to, mainly because I mean the whole scenario, it has been changing. And I know, and this is where I would say that investments are happening all across in terms of new plants coming up, in terms of, in fact, as we talk, we also we are talking about setting up a new R&D center, a huge investment. Okay, it's going to be a really state-of-the-art facility in Noida, Sector 161. And we are also looking at setting up a new R&D center in Bangalore as well. Because we see that if we have to be out there, be recognized as a global company, we need to have products which are going to be at par with global companies. If I'm going to and selling my products in US, I'm not competing with Bajaj and Godrej and Voltas. My competition is LG, my competition is Samsung, my competition is could be Carrier, could be Haier kind of companies. So I have to have a very strong proposition to be able to take on these markets. Anyway, you had a second part of the question, which I think in my passion of answering this question, I maybe lost that. What was the second question you had, Dr. Soren?
It was out of 3 strategies, innovating your own or developing your own technology, leasing it out, or something like that.
Yeah. See, there are instances where we are also in terms of testing the waters, and we're not sure how the markets are going to shape up for that. Okay. So we might start off by looking at trading in a product before we jump into it. Okay. For example, I can talk about Lloyd. The first thing we did was set up the factory for air conditioners. Then we set up a new factory for air conditioners in Sri City. And then we set up the factory for washing machine. Before that, we were using the excess capacity of our competition, could be companies like Styrian or Gem, Panasonic, to give them our designs and let them manufacture it for us. So we had taken mixed model. Once we see that, yes, we see a sizable market and we can make it a profitable business out of it and start generating good margins, that's where we pull it into our system. For example, a few years ago, this is the time when it comes to room heaters, people used to have your conventional convective element heaters or halogen lamp heaters, oil-filled radiators. In fact, we went to China and we saw this becoming very popular out there, and we said let's try it out. Okay, we brought the product, and it was purely traded. Okay. We got 125 to 1.25 lakh units of those. And you'll be surprised, within a month, they were all sold out. So that gave us an insight that this is something that now we have to localize it. We have to regionalize these things. And we started taking a stage-wise approach. First, we'll do this regionalization. And many times we end up working with our supplier base also to let them develop their capabilities. Because if you look at these oil-filled radiators, a core element of electronics, the panels, that's the easy part that I can do in-house myself. One of the key element is having these fins, and the fins having a perfect kind of seam welding at the tips is very, very critical technology which no vendor had. So I worked with a vendor to localize that technology also. And now everything is, I would say, is now 90% localized. Okay. So basically, if we're not sure, we might take a cautious approach. Then let's do a trading of this. For example, personal grooming devices, hair dryers, straighteners, appliators. We were taking it as products from China or Korea. But then we saw a huge market for it. In fact, everyone, if you talk about even Philips, they take it from these companies. If you talk about Braun, they take it from China only. But we saw that this is an opportunity which is now catching up big time. And we took a proactive call to localize these things. We may not do everything in-house. We'll work with our supplier base. We'll work with our vendors to make sure they develop the capabilities, which we can then bring into our system and make a product out of it.
Wonderful, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll take one last question. Okay, there's a tie. We'll take it from Dr. Krishna. Dr. Krishna, can you please ask a question?
Good afternoon, Mukul sir. Good afternoon, Nidhima madam and all my fellow colleagues. Madam, Nidhima madam, with your permission, I'll ask only small 2 questions. If permits, I'll ask 3rd question, madam. If time permits. Otherwise, you can say, you can stop it.
Go ahead, sir. I can't say no. Go ahead.
First question, sir. We are discussing on innovation, sir. Okay. When we talk about the platform innovation, you said the platform concept, as I can see in the first slide, sir. Now we have fans. Can we introduce DG sets in your portfolio, sir?
DG sets? No, we don't have it. No.
We don't. That's what. Can we add DG sets in your portfolio? I'm out of curiosity, I'm asking. Because in southern India, electricity problem is there. Is a valid question also, I don't know, but out of curiosity, I'm asking, sir.
No, see, we are very open. In fact, we have a department out here with the corporate strategy program, which is looking into all these avenues. In fact, there was a time people said, let's look into getting into your inverters and your stabilizers.
Okay.
Stabilizers to me is now like pretty much like a kind of towards the tail end of its useful life.
Okay, sir.
Because with everything switching towards inverter technology, stabilizers are not very relevant. But yes, I mean, if something comes up, we might look into it. But ultimately, it will have to make a business sense. I mean, let me tell you this. Some time ago, we even contemplated getting into EV space.
Second small question is, we talk about fans. I'm dividing each question into 4 product categories. Fans. Yesterday, I saw in Amazon bladeless fan. The innovation is so fast. We are talking about the innovation. I saw the bladeless fan. So when that is the new trend, kids will enjoy. What do you have opinion on this?
Believe me, there's no such thing as a bladeless fan.
I saw in Amazon, sir. I want to confirm that, but please guide me.
No,
Sir.
in fact, that was my first challenge to my team when I joined Havells. Why does a fan always have to look like a same old stupid 3-bladed axial flow machine? Can we have, and just a little while later, I saw Dyson talking about air multiplier technology, which you don't see a fan in. But you know what? Even Dyson, okay, they have a rotor inside there, which is nothing but it's a different way of circulating the air. And it's not a fan, it's an air circulator. It's an air circulator because if you really think of it, I mean, going by the BIS standards, a fan for its Energy Star rating has to have a minimum air delivery rate of 225 cubic meter per minute, right? If I look at now Dyson gives me a airflow rate of only 45. How can you even call it a fan? So in fact, we also worked on it, but inside the whole thing, it will not be a 3-bladed or 4-bladed machine, but there are some kind of a rotating elements which are doing nothing but sucking in air and throwing it out. Typically, what you have inside your indoor unit of a split AC.
You helped me in taking good decision for not purchasing this product, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
No, these are all marketing hype. Believe me,
yes,
a lot of things, the way they get positioned, they're just to catch the attention of the consumers.
The third question.
Krishna, sir. Krishna, sir, I'm really sorry. What we can do, all of you can please write down the questions in the message window. I can pass it to the sir. And I believe that sir is too generous that he would be replying to all the questions, and then certainly I'll put it on the WhatsApp group. Right?
Okay, we do see some more people have raised their hands. Vivek,
Yes.
Sharma, Dilip,
That's why I want to take their questions, and we have to. Okay, Dr. Dilip More, you have a question? Dr. Vivek Sharma, do you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful session. Sir, my question is, if we want to launch the new technology in market, what are the main plan for us? So we compete the already existing market players, major players.
I think first and foremost, you have to be very clear that why should a consumer go for your technology vis-a-vis what they already have in the markets. There has to be a very, very compelling reason for it. Because doing a Me Too product, believe me, it will not work. Okay? Because it's a very stiff competition. Okay? So, I mean, of course, there are a lot of players. For example, if I look at Jaguar, okay, Jaguar has got into lights, they got into fans. But if you look into the revenue, how much revenue they're able to get out of these segments, it's minuscule as compared to their main segment, which is your bathroom fittings. So what's happening is this whole segment is growing at a very vast space right now. So even if I do a Me Too product, I can easily get 10 to 30 crores kind of a revenue easily. And people think that's good enough for me. But you need to have your business strategy and your differentiators, be it in terms of technology, be it in terms of how you want to service the product, be it in terms of design aesthetics. They have to be very clearly spelled out. Otherwise, it will be a Me Too product, and and this is what I always give a tough time to all my team, because when they come up with any ideas that we want to work on this project, that's the first question I ask them.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. Because we are running short of the time, we have to go to the next session. Mukul sir, thank you once again. And it was indeed a very informative session. And especially from industry point of view, we have come to know so many good things. We have come to know how innovation is done and so many new terminologies. And the one terminology that I will remember and will be taking to my class is FMEG. Right?
Please help me understand what does FMEG mean.
Yes, 100%.
Fast
Electronic goods.
Electronic goods.
It used to be electrical goods, but now it is transitioned to electronics.
Electronic goods. Sir, I'll bring my MBA students to your facility someday. I'll take an appointment, and then they can have a better insight what is FMEG.
Okay. In fact, it should have been very obvious in all the videos which I showed you, because if you look at even all your appliances, there were no mechanical knobs, there were no push buttons. Everything is like digital. There's all touch pads. It's all electronics control. It's all.
So when are you launching Silentio in the market?
It's already been launched. It's already launched.
It's already there?
Yeah, it's been there in the market, but it's a little expensive product.
Go to Amazon, check it.
No, we'll gather sir once again for a case study. I have so many ideas. That's why I said that I'll connect with you over a different platform and then we'll discuss.
Okay, so once again, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I know that you are in Bangalore and you have joined session for us. All the participants, can we quickly switch on our camera so that we can have a quick photograph with Mukul sir and Dr. Vartika Dutta, whom I can see she has already joined the session. Thumbs up. It's a stress-free session. Thumbs up. It's a stress-free session. I'll be giving you stress at 6:30. Don't worry. Thumbs up.
Great.
Yeah, good.
Thanks a lot.
Good picture on the LinkedIn account. Thumbs up.
Thank you. Thank you,
so
everyone.
much, Pranam,
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now I can go and have my vacation now.
Please, sir. Happy vacation.
It was a stress-free session for me as well, Nitima, honestly. And when I got a call for this, my first question was, business excellence to me. I said, I'm not even qualified to talk about business excellence, because it could be operational excellence, it could be financial excellence, could be anything. But then when I know it's about innovation, I said, that's something which I can do.
Yes. So my thanks to that mediator also.
I'll pass it on to him.
Yes, sir, definitely. Thank you so much, sir. Namaskar, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all, and wishing you all the very best to all the faculty members who have signed up for this thing. You guys are doing a fabulous job in terms of imparting of knowledge and creating the new generation of knowledge and the think tank within the country. So kudos to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So, my dear participants, welcome back. So, this is session number. I have stopped taking a count of it now. Pratima ma'am, can you please help me? This is session number 11.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome back to the 11th session of the sixth year of FDP, right? So don't worry, all the stress will come at 6:30, I promise you. Till then, no stress. We already have Dr. Vartika Dutta who has joined us for the next session. Let me take this opportunity of introducing you with Dr. Vartika Dutta. So before we start the session, let me tell you, Vartika Dutta was my first boss in one of the organizations where I have worked in. And now she is with IIM Amritsar. Dr. Vartika Dutta serves as an assistant professor in organizational behavior and human resources at IIM Amritsar, where she is a driving force in advancing executive education and leadership excellence. She currently heads the executive MBA program at IIM Amritsar. She holds a PhD from the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, with her research focusing on leadership and executive coaching. With extensive experience in academia and the corporate sector, Dr. Dutta has previously contributed as an assistant professor at Goa Institute of Management. She brings a wealth of practical expertise, having had pivotal roles in training and development at renowned financial and skill development organizations. Her contributions include the design and delivery of impactful management development programs and workshops tailored for corporate leaders, focusing on the critical areas such as leadership, persuasive communication, self-awareness, and talent retention. A certified happiness coach. So this is going to be a very happy session. Dr. Dutta is passionate about fostering positive and thriving workplaces. At IIM Amritsar, she has been instrumental in positioning the institute as a leader in executive education, spearheading the development of innovative short and long-term programs for working professionals. Dr. Dutta has contributed extensively to academia through publications in esteemed peer-reviewed international journals and presentations at prominent national and global conferences. Her dedication to integrating research with practical applications has established her as a trusted authority in fostering resilient leadership and driving organizational transformation. So, Dr. Dutta, I welcome you wholeheartedly. And we are 113, not including you, otherwise it is 114 for this session. The session is all yours, and I have my co-coordinator, Dr. Ridhima Bhanot Sharma.
Welcome, Dr. Vartika. Welcome. We're so happy to see you here.
Thank you so much.
And we look forward to your session.
And I believe that it is going to be truly happy session.
I just hope so. So first of all, it's always a wonderful, I always am on the path of nostalgia whenever I speak to Nitama or whenever we meet over coffee or whatever, otherwise online, but it brings a lot of nostalgic memories. Having said that, I think so I'm very thankful for JP Business School for really organizing this sort of a conference, or you can say a program, which is largely for, very rightly said, I was listening to the previous speaker and he mentioned few terms like operational excellence, and I think so if I would see my contribution till now, it has largely been towards educational excellence and human excellence, because I come from that stream of specialization, which borrows a lot from psychology. And today's session also would be laced with certain concepts that as to how I have understood communication, which whether I am an effective communicator or not, I don't know, but I think so it's a work in progress. Having said that, I also want to clarify at the very beginning that all of you are educators just like me. So I think so more than teaching, it is more of facilitation that I look for. And maybe At the end of this session, we would be co-creating certain understanding about the topic which has been given by my friend Nitima. So I will share my slides because that helps us to anchor our session. But largely, you please feel free to unmute yourself and contribute whenever required. Stop me if you have any questions or clarifications. And as Natama said, she has already given me a warning. So I hope that the session would be as stress-free that I can, probably pose it to. So I'll just pull up my slides. So
Dr. Vartika, just a second. So we have our director, JP Business School, also joined in just right on time. So Dr. Anubhai Vashisht is here. Ma'am, she is Dr. Vartika. She'll be taking our session. She's from IIM Amritsar.
Oh, wonderful. So very good afternoon and thanks for accepting the invite. And
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
This FDP.
I think so. Nitama is a very dear friend, colleague, mentor, and a lot of other ways that she keeps on, we keep on exchanging our notes. So glad that I can contribute in whatever little capacity that I can. And for a cause like this, I'm always there. So yeah. So I'll
I
just.
think this is a good platform now. This FDP, all of us have now connected with each other
Correct.
for sharing our ideas, for discussing things. And
Correct.
great that because of it, they are in a position to speak to people, listen to you. So that's really lovely. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. Are my slides visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you please change it so that we can see it's changing?
Yes, it is, right?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, so as I said, the slide is largely an anchor point for me to have a dialogue with all of you, but somehow Google Meet is that way, I would say, very restrictive in a lot of ways because I don't get to see my participants so clearly. Other than that, the Teams or Zoom, I'm more comfortable with that. But anyways, having said that, I think so, please feel free to unmute and answer the prompts whenever you're asked for. When you see this image, so the topic which has been given to me is about communicating ideas and effective storytelling. And if you look at the image that is there, I think so, there are so many things that each one of us can relate. First of all is relatability. I think so all of us can relate to an image like this. But when we are looking at this image, I think so all of us who are on this call today, if comfortably I have to make a guess, I think so all of us would be at least 30 plus if I'm understanding the demographic of this cohort correctly. But is this image still relevant in today's time? If it is, I think so all of us can also see that how this image largely has changed given the context which has changed so much. But stories, I think so, has still remained a very, very important, has a different value proposition altogether. So my way of breaking this whole session was that when I was giving this title, if you look at the title, if you look at the first way of looking at the title, which is it communicating ideas and effective storytelling? So when you see this, what comes to your mind? And when you see it written in the second form, which is power of storytelling and communicating ideas, how does the whole thing differ? Can I have some quick pointers from the participants? Anybody who can just unmute and just let me know that how do you see both of these two different?
Participants, you can also write.
Oh, they're writing?
Yes, they can write and they can speak. They can do both of the things.
Okay.
So, Dr. Vartika Dutta, may I request you to please ask a question again? If somebody
Okay,
has.
so my question is that when you see the first part, the way the whole title has been given to me, which is communicating ideas and effective storytelling, what do you pick by that? And then if you see the way it has been written in the second part, it is power of storytelling in communicating ideas. So is there a difference in both these framing is what I'm trying to understand.
Yes. How many yes? You can thumbs up. All the yes can thumbs up. That's the easiest way that we do the things.
Ma'am, I think, what do we see over here is communicating idea is telling something. Effective storytelling is weaving this idea in such a way that it looks interesting and gaining the interest of the viewer or listener, whatever it is.
Okay.
Like if I give you an example, communicating idea or telling news could be I mean, reading news or what we see in news channels.
Correct.
An effective storytelling would be something like a serial or a movie. I mean,
Correct.
that same message can be communicated both way.
Right.
So, news could be communicating ideas, and movies and series or serials could be an effective storytelling mode of communicating the same.
Correct. So basically what the participant just said, I think so what I was trying to really understand when I was trying to break this in my own head was that if you see communicating ideas, we are doing it from the time that we get up. I think so we are communicating ideas to our spouses, to our mates, to our kids, to wherever we meet, we are actually telling that ye kuch hai, ye karna hai, right? But when it comes to effective storytelling, it almost looks like effective storytelling के लिए कुछ बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी. Is there something extra that I have to do? But if you look at the way how things are changing and the whole narrative, how the business of narrative telling is, weaving is going on, I think so the power of storytelling lies in how you are communicating your ideas. And that's why today's session is very, very important, because we are talking about entrepreneurship or innovation starts with the idea. So you might have a powerful idea, a very, very potent idea, but if that idea is not communicated in the correct form, in the correct way, in the way which is persuasive and compelling, all that idea goes for a toss, right? So by this session, we will just try to see, many of you, since you are educators yourself, might be doing a lot of things in your own classrooms, in your own way of teaching, training, or consulting. Please feel free to bring in those elements as we go ahead and start. So that was the whole idea or the gist. The next thing which is very, very important is that for educators, which is you and me, why is it that this becomes so important? Why is it that we are telling that communicating ideas, but through storytelling? Why is that important? I think so that's important because as educators, our role is ever evolving. Early on, we only knew that there was a teacher who was a sage by the stage. But today, if I see a teacher, it is a teacher has to don a hat of multiple hats that a teacher is or educator is actually donning, right? We are all, a lot of time we are given such responsibilities in our own organization where we have to start a new program, where we have to start a new course. I think so that helps us to think or have that capacity of thinking like an entrepreneur. So basically, the organization asks us to take ownership and then start innovating. So that is where we start thinking of an entrepreneur. I think so we are doing that. All of us in our own capacity, since we are thanks to all the mandates that we get. So we are not just trying to bring in the research that we do inside our classroom. We are also constantly thinking of delivering or developing courses which are more industry relevant. We are thinking of developing programs which are more industry relevant. We are thinking of writing cases which are more industry relevant. And that's how we are all aiding on to achieving educational excellence, right? And this is ever evolving. I mean, constantly, if you see the person, and another irony is the way our PhD programs are. I think so. We are all our PhD programs. When I'm talking of a PhD program, I'm myself from IITs. I am now working in an IIMS, and I think so. All of you either would be from these kind of institutions or any national institute of importance or regional colleges or state-based colleges. But if you see largely how really the entire PhD system is, we have been trained a lot in our qualitative and quantitative methodology. But when it comes to pedagogy, and how exactly we would really frame our courses, how is it that we would deliver our courses, there's very less which is there. And hence today ministry has realized, and we have seen that we are spending and constantly trying to see that how can we develop our professional capabilities. And that's exactly necessary, because teacher or an educator today has to don many roles. At one point I might be a coach, at another point I might be a counselor, at third point I might be an entrepreneur, at the other point I might be something else, right? And all of these roles requires how is it that you have an idea and how emphatically are you able to convey that idea, right? And then we are all also reeling under the business challenges which are there, which all of us have constantly are grappling with. Till COVID, we were very happy with our own PPTs, and we were very happy with our chalk and dusters and blackboards. Then came whiteboards, then came smart boards, then came COVID, and everything got disrupted, and we were all seeing each other in these small boxes. But thanks to COVID, we all also realized that even if we are not in the physical touch of our learner, we can still deliver. Why? Because we have an idea, we have a story to tell, and you give me a medium and I'll be able to tell my story, right? Having said that, today I think so the disruptions are moving in a different direction. Then comes AI, and then now the latest beast that I'm sure all of us are seeing is Gen AI, right? Chat GPT. And we see that uncertainty, while I think so it might look like cliched, but I think so change is the only constant is the best mantra that all of us have constantly embraced, right? So having said that, I think so there are too many looming uncertainties which are upon us because of the global trends that we are seeing, because of the AI and the digitalization that is happening, because of the innovation that's happening in the education realm itself, and then comes the NEP and all the other government mandates that all of us are bound to follow, right? Other than that, I think so, as I said, technology, we always hear this. So in my own capacity as an educator, we do a lot of faculty development programs at our end also. And recently we were doing a program for one of these chain of schools, I think so, public schools, which is Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalayas. And we were this was a principal educational excellence program. And there were 60 principals who had come down, and I was myself anchoring that program. And imagine, schools are the fundamental unit of any society, right? And the learners who are there in these sort of schools, they are saying that they have not allowed mobile phones in their schools because of n number of reasons which are there. Now see, and everywhere, so the Navodian, the student who is studying in Navodaya is not allowed to use a mobile. But the moment that student goes out of the school, he or she is only seeing mobile and only seeing that. And what happens is that I believe that is something which is human psychology. The more you stop something, you ask student not to do something, or ask a child not to do something, they're bound to do that itself, right? So they were saying that, and the moment we were listening all of this as facilitators, when we heard about this thing, we realized and we had to tell them that do not see technology as a disruptor. It is a disruptor in a lot of ways, but if you start seeing technology as an enabler, you might get a lot of your solutions to the problems that you all face day in, day out, and technology might help you to solve those problems. Again, this is a way of looking, but again, a narrative, again, a story that we are trying to build around it, right? The other thing is about diversity. Today, I think so, all of us in our own classroom, the whole dynamics of our classroom has changed. And our classroom is that kind of representation of what our students actually, when they go into the industry, the kind of intergenerational demographics that they see, the workforce patterns that they see our classroom is that sort of a representation of that microcosm, right? So that also is creating a lot of challenge upon us. So not just the visible, as we say, the diversity elements which are visible, which are surface level. I think so deep level diversity elements is also something which is impacting us hugely. So today I just don't have the basic difference in terms of demographics, but I also see changes or diversity in terms of how they think, how they process information. So cognitive diversity, experiential diversity, definitely intergenerational is something that we see. So all of these elements create a lot of pressure on us as educators to make sure that we, through our courses, through our delivery, are relevant and also persuasive in everything that we are doing, right? Definitely something which we also see, lean, agile, swift. I think so. All the acronyms that keep on coming, and then they become technology, and then we have to adapt to those technologies. So what I mean to say by all of this is that today's times are very complex. So as educators, if our role is to really touch base, do that, have that one-on-one, have that touch base with our learners, I think so all of us have to adopt and adapt to the changing times, right? And we have to adopt a lot of new technologies, methodologies that are available to make sure that my learner is not just awake, not just alive, but is also kind of thriving in the subject that I'm teaching or in the areas that I'm kind of claiming to be an expert for, right? And then definitely thanks to information overload and thanks to the addiction which comes in terms of when we see our students, there are multitude of studies which are telling us that this digital native that is there in my class is actually having, and I'll get to that as I move along. So the information overload is something that is constantly there at their end. And at their end, they do not know what is right and what is wrong, how much to consume, when to consume, what to consume. But there is a barrage of information that is kind of loaded onto them, right? So with all this, I think so then it becomes largely very, very important is that we still are being asked that with all this that's there, make sure that the child who comes to your college or your institution is employable and has some basic critical skills which are 21st century skills, so to say. Critical thinking, strategic thinking, problem solving, entrepreneurial mindset, innovation, design thinking, and whatnot, right? But out of all of this, something which lies at the crux of it is that whether that individual is able to communicate that one simple idea that he or she has to that other person effectively. I think so at the end of the day, this is what we are all trying to nudge our students onto, right?
Dr. Vartika, you just said that when we are having students in our university or college, we should evaluate them on whether they have those minimum employability skills or not. Okay, I
Correct.
think this is one of the biggest issue that if you see CAT examination, if you see other examinations, because we all are management faculty right over here, we do have the engineering faculty as well.
Correct.
Yes, our CAT examination system, especially when I talk about competitive exam, does it allow us to evaluate the child on these employability skills because they are pure academics?
Right. So very rightly, I think so. The point that Dr. Nithima is trying to draw here is that most of us, most of our, testing pattern is still based on IQ. It is still believed that it is the intelligence which will take the child to the hallows of all of these institutions. And then that child just comes to my class and sits in my class. So if I have to give you I'm sure Dr. Nithima and the other faculty, all of you will agree to this fact that today my classes are absolutely heterogeneous. But in that heterogeneity, the homogeneous element is the CAT percentile. or say the math percentile, or whatever is the entrance exam that we have. On that basis, we start categorizing our students. But what we forget is that, and the point that I think, so what, Nitima, correct me if I'm understanding your point correctly, is that now from here, we are asking them to nurture business leaders, to nurture entrepreneurs, to nurture innovators. But what is really important for us as educators to also realize is that this is just 20% of what a child brings. The 80% is the EQ part, which is the emotional quotient part, which is the most critical part of how we are actually nurturing resilient leaders for tomorrow. And as we go along in the session, my whole idea would be just to nudge you a little there to see that, are you also bringing those elements in your classroom as we go along? So
Thank you.
the first aspect, I think so, is that since we are talking of IQ and since we are talking of all of these academic achievement scores that we are so blinded with, the point largely comes along to us as educators is that, how do students learn, right? Or how is it that how is it that I learn, right? The first thing which the learning literature tells us is that knowledge is only codified not just in information and experience. A lot of time what happens is that in our course curriculum, we give a lot of impetus on giving them a lot of, exposing them to a lot of information, which can be tiered, which can be, sparse, which can be direct, which can be indirect, all of that. We also make sure that we give them a lot of experiential time, wherein they also learn by doing, right? But what we also forget is that maybe with all of this, what is also important is the time to reflect and process. So this part is also something that today most of the educational literature that you see and all the learning literature that we see, they also tell that, how is it that you are trying to talk not just about short-term memory, but what have you done in your courses so that it is there in the long-term memory of your students, right? And that is where it's very, very important that you give some time for that student to also reflect and also process, right? And having said that, it does not happen automatically. And another aspect that is, something that I'm sure when you see these two images, all of us are, there is a connection between these two images. And can anyone tell me what is the connection between these two images? What am I trying to say here? You can unmute yourself and then just speak. Is there a connection between these two images?
Participants, what happened?
I'm saying, I'm just asking that.
I'm asking to the participants.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's the best set of participants that we have. Trust me, they're always ready to give the answers.
Yeah.
To ask the questions.
Yeah, can I speak?
One is presenter and others are actually audience. So audience is not interested in the discussion of presenter in this picture actually.
Correct. And what does the goldfish do there?
Sorry, no idea.
So actually, what does this mean? This is something that I'm trying to tell you here is that
Dr. Vartika, there's an answer in the message window. These are class teachers and students. The class teacher is enjoying because students are not interested in anything.
I wish I was that class teacher.
And I think Professor Suri wants to add something to it. Professor Suri?
Yeah, so I just, I mean, I don't know whether reflection is right or wrong, but I was just thinking that keeping fish in mind, we talk a lot about the comfort zone, that, we remain in our comfort zone, or they are in their own comfort zone, and what is happening in the classroom, I think That is quite visible from this particular picture.
Correct.
Yeah.
So what this picture actually tells, what am I trying to tell you here is that today the learner who is in our class, who is really sitting in our class, has the attention span of 8 seconds, which is what is the attention span of a goldfish. 8 to 9 seconds is the attention span of the learner who sits in my class. Now, with that sort of attention span, even the best of the best teacher might actually look like what someone was just commenting, that they are disinterested, so I'll just come, walk in and just go, and I'll just, anyways, I've just done my job, so let it be. But I think so we are also responsible for making sure that these learners who are in my class are engaged, are constantly enthused, are also learning, and at the same time they're also reflecting and processing, right? So a lot of pressure is on us, but I think so that pressure can actually, you can ease into that pressure if you have brought in those elements in your first, in your curriculum or in your, and just talking about the course outline itself and how really you have done that. That lot of time can impact your delivery in the classroom also. Having said that, I think so, since all of you are professors yourself, you must be knowing that each one of us have got a very different learning style. And I think so the cohort of professors who have joined on this call, we are all talking of adults. We are all talking of adult learning styles. Each of these adults have definitely the 4 kinds that all of us know, which is visual. Some of us understand things when we look at it. There are some people who are very good when they are actually listening. So they have great auditory skills. So they are good at, their listening skills. There might be people who understands when they are actually, speaking. They're reading, writing in words. The magic of whatever is their thought comes when you let them write. There are some people who understand things when they're moving, and that is called as kinesthetics, what here you see as physical. So if there are some people who, learners who learn when they learn from others. So then you have social learners who actually learn things only when they are studying in groups, when they are doing group assignments, when they are working in self assessing groups. Then there are some learners who only would understand by the logical part of it. So what I'm trying to tell you here is that, and then today I also have a solitary learner who would say that, just leave me alone. I just want to be in my room. You give me whatever you have to teach you, that is okay, but I will still go back and I need my own Me Too time, right? And with all of these learners in our classroom, it becomes extremely difficult for us as educators to make sure that each of these elements are there, not just in the course, but in each and every session that we are doing, right? And hence, each one of us, depending on our own ease with the topic, ease with what we are comfortable with, we then pick up these things, making sure that, okay, I will pick up 2 or 3 things to make sure that if this is what my learner profile is, I will probably try and do these 3 things to make sure that at least these 3 sort of people are, awake, alive, engaged with whatever I'm trying to tell. So these were certain issues which are there when it comes to the changing needs, changing roles, and changing, demographies or changing demographic patterns of our learners, and how we are seeing education as an ever-evolving landscape, right? So then that comes to the next point, is that then why stories? And how is it that stories can help here, right? Now, why we are talking about stories, and very rightly this topic has been picked up in this session, in this whole FDP, is that because I believe stories are a very, very important, powerful means by which you can inspire, by which you can teach, and then by this we can definitely influence. Think about your teacher or that role model that you feel, maybe आपका teacher हो सकता है, he or she can be your guide, he or she can be your co-facilitator with whom you actually teach a subject, co-teach a subject. Why is it that you like their teaching style? And remember, most of us, when we are actually today, if I just ask you to just take a pause here and think about certain things that who is a good teacher or someone that you remember a lot. I think so each one of you would definitely remember one anecdote which your teacher mentioned, and that kind of touched a chord, that actually has struck a chord with you. And that's how you remember that teacher even now. Years have passed, but you still remember those fond memories that we have about our teachers. That's definitely about the individual that they are. But that individual wo kaisa hai, yeah, what is it that inspires us? Most of us would definitely have a compelling story or an anecdote associated with that teacher, right? So why this becomes very effective is that it helps me to create or forge connections. Connections between what? Between people and between ideas. It helps me to create that connection. And that's why stories are so important, right? Secondly, I think so stories convey a lot about your own culture. It conveys a lot about what exactly is the historical milestone that you're talking of. It also talks about the values that unite people. And hence stories are so important. So as Carmen Gallo, who happens to be one of the top rated communication researcher, he says that we all want to hear information, but we all want to hear information through stories. So there are villains, characters, heroes to rally around, and that's how our brain works. So that's only because we are wired that way. And Seth Godin, who happens to be one of the topmost columnist, author, entrepreneur, marketing guru, you can just name, and he has donned all of those hats. He says that marketing is no longer about making the stuff that you make. It's about the stories that you tell, right? Having said that, I just want to show you certain visuals, and I then want to understand that how many of you remember these things, right? So I think so it's a unique tool. It's a unique tool because it helps me to communicate a message. It helps me to communicate a message by which I can capture the attention and also engage the mind of my reader, listener, learner through emotions. So let me ask you that how many of you remember this? And through these images, I just want that for you to even tell me if you remember this story. That someone is on.
Dr. Sarkar, you want to say something?
No, I think so. Okay. So the thing that I wanted to tell is that storytelling consists of sharing stories. But what is important is I just want to show you certain visuals, and by that I want to understand that how important is the media that we choose to disclose the narrative of those stories that we talk of, right? So let me ask you, how many of you remember this visual? It's a very, very old. How many of you, anybody remembers what is this visual talking about?
Yes, I remember. I think एक चिड़िया अनेक चिड़िया.
एक्सीलेंट. तो देखिए इतने साल निकल चुके हैं, इसके बाद we have seen so many. We are constantly.
Dr. Vartika, not of my age. I haven't seen this. I'm sorry.
Actually, you won't believe it was only just 2 or 3 days back. I was just making my both kids watch this video.
Exactly. So that's because this has come. I will play that video now just to ring, because Nitama is saying that this is not my age. So suddenly she has brought ageism in context. So let me just show you this
Yes.
very beautiful, compelling story that was there. And let me know if you can see my screen. Can everybody see the Ek Chidiya and Ek Chidiya visual?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Can you hear also? The audio is
No, we are not able to
No.
hear it.
okay. Just a minute. This is why I feel that meat actually delimits a lot of things. Just a minute. Huh? So I'll have to share it from here. Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes, yeah, it's okay.
बहुत सारे क्या बहुत सारे अच्छा बताती हूँ सूरज एक चंदा एक तारे अनेक तारों को अनेक भी कहते हैं नहीं नहीं देखो फिर से सूरज एक चंदा एक करके तारे भले अनेक ठीक से समझाना दीदी
Okay, so it's a little long video. I just wanted to ring in some nostalgia. At least there are some people who remember that there was a video like this. So this exactly, this was there in the air in the. So this video was released in the year 1974, and if you were listening to if you were looking at the visual, if you were listening to what really the video was telling, it was all about Ekta mein Anekta. At that time, the context was, and when we are talking of stories, it becomes very, very important that we are aware of the context. The context that time was about uniting. It was all about telling that we are diverse, but still we are united in the spirit of nationhood, right? And so I see a lot of you are writing that you are your age. Definitely so. But if you see how exactly the whole thing has changed, let me now get back to our thing. Okay. Is my slide visible?
No.
Okay. So now if you see, so this is something that this is something I'm glad that some of you remembered, and it rang in some nostalgia. But what is important here is that look at the narrative about what exactly, just by a few seconds that you saw, that teacher was actually trying to, that Didi was trying to actually teach that what is unity in diversity, right? How many of you remember about this image? It's a common parable, right? That I'm sure all of you know this, right? Which is about the elephant and the six blind men. And then today we see something, the way the stories come to us, we also see something which is a very, very powerful medium of probably understanding a complex
We have
concept.
one hand which is raised. Chandrakishore.
Okay, yes, Chandrakishore, please go ahead. Is there something that you want to share? Please go ahead.
Okay,
Well,
probably.
that's out of mistake. Can you go ahead with the session?
Okay. So this is where I was just trying to tell you that whether it's a when you were seeing the first video, it was very simple visuals but very strong message, right? So which means the message is important. The medium can be anything. The second visual that you are seeing, which is about a metaphor wherein you are saying that there are 5 blind men and who are seeing the elephant in different ways, right? And the last part that you are seeing is about the storyboarding, or you can say the sketch notes, or what you today see, these kind of infographics, as we know, when we are trying to teach, explain a difficult concept like a metamorphosis, right? But it is wrapped in context and it is delivered with emotion, right? So this, I think so, what I think so, all of us remember this, that the story might be one story that we are wanting to tell, but that presentation or the story that we are trying to tell might be susceptible to a lot of interpretation depending on the listener, depending on the viewer, depending on the learner that is there in our classroom. The next thing which is where I just want to spend some time is that what are good stories and great stories, right? So let me ask you this question. When you look at this image of the image that is popping on your slide, what is it that you are feeling? How is it that you feel when you look at this image? So I cannot really see the chat. If there's someone who is writing something on the chat, you can, if someone can just quickly read it out.
I will help you. I will help you out. I'll help
Yes,
you.
yes.
But nobody is writing anything. So
what comes to your mind when
full
you
of
see
life.
this?
Monica
Full of
Suri
life.
Mama is written full of life.
Okay,
Dr. Nitesh is writing enjoying.
okay.
True nostalgia, happy. Dr.
Happy.
Puneet is writing cheerful.
Okay. So when I'm seeing
Happy life.
happy life, okay. So when I'm listening to you, Natma, Dr. Natma, I understand that most of things that, when you look at this, I think so all of us are reminded of our carefree times. If we see the child, we are reminded of something which is innocence, something which is as pure as magic, as someone has written about cheerfulness or playfulness, right? This is how we feel when we look at this image, right? Let me add a context to this image and then let me know how is it that you feel now, right? So the context is that imagine that there is a man named Peter whose only child has been killed by another man named Joseph. Due to some old revenge, Peter reaches home of Joseph and watches this child, find out the little child, which is actually Joseph's child, sitting in front of his porch in the garden, and the child is sitting and playing there. Do you think, you being Peter, you would feel the same kind of things that you just saw a little while ago in the child? Now that I'm giving you a context, do you think that you will see the same kind of emotions that you were experiencing a little while ago while you are seeing the child now with this context that I'm adding to? Probably not.
No.
Not, right? Because now you would, and if I have to ask you that how is it that you are looking at the child, what are the feelings now? Can someone tell me what would be the feelings now? when as Peter you are looking at this child? You might,
Anger.
yes, anger, disgust, revenge, despair. You might be sad.
Somebody
right?
is fighting revenge.
Revenge, very good. So you see what happened. The child is same, the image is same. The moment I add layered to the context, your entire idea of that story and the feeling, what you were feeling till now, which was all about blissful, about pureness, about joy, about carefreeness, all of that changed into anger, despair, disgust, sadness. This is what happens when we are talking of the story, and great story, good to great story, right? So a story can also be a story where you are just saying that this is what happened, right? A story also helps you see what happened, right? So when you are listening to what I'm telling, you are also, constantly your your sensory perceptions are telling you that, okay, there are a lot of layers to these stories, right? And the last part, wherein you said that your emotions changed, I think so. What happens is that when you have that compelling emotion built in that story, that is what makes a story really great, right? So maybe you are a good storyteller, but for you to become a great storyteller, you need to have that captivating elements in your stories. Now, because of paucity of time, I'll skip certain slides. The important part is that how do we create these stories? How is it that you were looking at the child and you were getting these emotions about, cheerfulness, carefree, happy, pure, all of this? How was it coming, right? Now, that's because as human beings, we are always trying to rationalize. How do we rationalize? We rationalize things based on our heuristics, which can be because of our past experience, it can be because of our cultural influence, it can be because of our values, peer influence, educational background, or our reading influence. Now, what happens is that each of this information that is constantly almost like a garbage that we are taking in has an influence of how we interpret those stories, or how is it that we are interpreting or making sense of these stimulus which is coming to us, right? So when I was asking you about what really changed, how is it that, from that same image of that child, how is it that your emotions changed? That's solely because you are doing it on the basis of the emotions which are associated with those, with the strong words that I used, the strong imagery that I gave you. You started thinking and feeling about that child and feeling more from Peter's perspective. This is what is happening when you're talking of a great story. And why this happens is, as Maya Angelou said, that people don't remember what you say. People don't even remember what you do for them, but they will always remember how you made them feel, right? And hence, that feeling aspect is very, very important when you are actually delivering a important idea, or when you are trying to take your own, classes, or, trying to weave your own presentation. And all of us have to be very, very careful about how is it that we are trying to interpret that story by keeping our biases aside. A lot of it, which is also unconscious and implicit. And why is it that it happens is because storytelling impacts the brain. So there is something that happens is that when you see a image, when you hear to a story, it is said, research tells us that it actually has an impact which is 6 times more than an image or anything else. Because there is something which is called as neural coupling. All of these neural pathways turn into your idea, activate, and then people and the listener actually starts processing all of this. The second thing what happens is that the moment you bring in that element of, like if I was just showing you that video, there were people who said that, okay, I got reminded of my childhood. Someone said that I can't relate to it. Someone said that, Arey, it actually tells me that probably this came at a time when I was not even born. Now, all of this, the moment you give them a trigger, there is a mirroring that happens. And hence, whatever the speaker is telling, you start relating to the emotions what the speaker is trying to bring in, or a teacher or an educator is trying to bring in. The third thing, which is very, very important, is the neurotransmitter, which is dopamine. Any emotionally charged event that is there, it becomes very important for you. It becomes very easy for you to remember. With very, very greater accuracy, you still remember that, right? The fourth part, which is very, very important, is the area of our brain, the Broca and the Vanix area, which is your limbic system. These things, the sensory cortex and the frontal cortex, to all of these areas, they get engaged the moment you hear a story around, right? So there is enough neurobiological findings which tell us that when there is character-driven stories with emotional content, it becomes more persuasive and memorable. Why? Because also that if there is a lot of intense drama, why is it that today if you go to Netflix, if you go to any of these OTT platforms, why is it that you see so much of violence, so much of suspense, so much of drama, all of this? Look at those top ratings जो आपके top ratings में आते हैं, that these are your top rating visual stories, or you can say movies, or you can say series which are doing good, not just in India but across the world. You would see that there are stories which have tension in them. That's because that tension actually really helps, that actually induces that stress hormone, which is cortisol, which forces the audience to focus. You're constantly gripped. Ab kya hoga, ab kya hoga, ab kya hoga, right? So that sort of a thing. The second thing is, thanks to Kejo, which is Karan Johar and his sort of movies. At least I am a 90s ka kid, so feel good. All the oxytocin for us. The entire concept of love was very overrated, I would say, because we have actually, seen and consumed a lot of those movies which actually were producing those feel-good chemicals, right? And
that time DDLJ,
yes, that's why we still see, for us, a broken family or a broken marriage still is a very, very alien-like concept, because we find it very difficult to associate with, because we are more prone to think about cooperative way of living, showing kindness and gratitude, because that's what was the kind of media that we were consuming. The next thing is happy ending. Most of our stories, you would say specifically the Indian way of, movie making or any story that we remember has been very happy ending. Today, you see a lot of those stories which are left open. And then we say that, acha, iska ek aur rehash aa raha hoga, that's why they have left it open, right? The other thing is character-driven stories. What happens is that, again, the oxytocin synthesis happens, which helps us that, okay, whenever we think of Munna Bhai MBBS, one thing that wherever you are, if you have seen that movie, you would always say that Jhappi, Munna Bhai ki Jhappi is something that everybody would relate to. The character and the narrative that was built, right? With that. Then you also see that what happens is that studies have shown that if there is a desire to help, if you want to bring in that drive, your stories should have that sort of element, which was that tension element should be there in your narrative. And then a happy ending should come to really say that, okay, there is a lot of merit in, showing altruistic behaviors and things like that. So there's enough research which has gone, and this research is seen in how we are tricked as consumers when we are actually getting tricked by certain advertisements. And if time permits, I would quickly show you some of those. So this comes down to this fact, then what are the elements that we need to keep in mind when we ourselves are trying to build our own stories, right? So for that, let us take a quick moment to write 2 or 3 lines about these are various shoes that you are seeing. I think so all of these shoes, many of us would have seen, worn these kind of shoes. What I want all of you to do is just write 2 or 3 lines about imagining that you are writing a story of this particular shoe. So I just want to see that how many of you are with an abstract image, abstract element, an abstract object like shoe, which all of us can see and maybe relate to. How is it that we can write a compelling story? So can you just take a moment and write an autobiography of any shoe that you are seeing on your screen? It can be any shoe. That's pick up a shoe that you like and write his story. Autobiography matlab meri kahani meri zubani, right? So today you have to, what I'm asking you to do is pick up a shoe from here and then write the story of the shoe. And if I would just want to hear 2 or 3 people who would want to share their own stories. So if you could take a moment and take a pen or a pad or whatever is in front of you and just quickly jot down a small story basis any of these shoes that you relate. Ek shoe pick karna hai and you have to write that story of that particular shoe.
So we've already got one from Nitima. She says, I am running shoes that people buy but hardly use.
Okay.
Another one is, if you are a nature lover and like hiking, then I would like to be your companion on your next journey.
Okay.
Only we two are your best students, ma'am.
Okay. Anybody else who would want
Hiking
to speak?
boots. यार ये थकता ही नहीं है, कितने पहाड़ चढ़ेगा.
Okay.
Yeah, Nitima, there's another very interesting that can come up with business shoe to mind your business.
Correct. Now, the elements of a story, what you all are just telling me is just, if this is what is your opening line, right? If I remember the last part, business shoe, I am a business shoe, and I say mind your business. That's a good opening line. That's just an opening. But when it comes to a story, there are elements to it, right? And what are those elements? Let me just quickly walk you through certain elements. And those of you who are writing that story can have written a little part of your story, can check whether your story had all of these elements, right? There are 4 C's which are very, very important when we are talking of a story. The first part is context. That is when and where the story happened, right? Second part is characters. Is there a connection that you are building with the audience, and is there an emotion that you are trying to build with that story? Third, is there a tension? So those of us, I'm sure many of you would be writing cases, would have done some case study workshop. Anytime you do a case study workshop, your facilitator would always tell you that all that is fine. What you are telling me is a very good story, but isme masala nahi hai. What is that masala? That masala is that inherent tension or the dilemma or the conflict around which you want to take that inside the classroom. And then, so I was listening to the previous speaker who was there. He was telling about the innovations that happened in the organization. But there can be, for them, for that case study to actually become a bestseller, it should have some kind of dilemma. Those dilemmas are mostly decision dilemmas in our case, because we deal with business decisions. We are talking of strategic decisions as strategic leaders that we have to prime our students onto. But you would always see that most of us, when we send case studies for publication, we get this feedback that context is there, but character missing here. Sometimes they would say that, okay, you are writing it from who is the protagonist? Is it the HR? It is the HR leader? Are you writing it from the HR perspective? Or is it the entrepreneur who was thinking that this is a problem and hence I want to develop this product? Who are the characters? A lot of time you get a feedback that all that is fine, but where is the dilemma? What is it that the students have to work upon, right? Similarly, and the last part is that this creation that you're building, how have you articulated that in the narrative? The last feedback that lot of time, since, I'm sure rejections are a part of revision and rejection. R&R is something that we are all very used to as people who keep on publishing. Many times the R&R for cases would come and say that there is the compelling narrative is missing. You have not articulated the story nicely, which means all of these 4 C's are critical when you are writing a case study, when you are narrating a particular incident in your particular classroom, or you are building a presentation which is explaining the student about a certain idea or a certain concept which you have laced with a scenario, right? So this is something that I just wanted to probably mention. The next part which I want to build from here is about, since it is also about effective communication, I think so most of us would be very, very adept and would clearly understand these 3 elements of ethos, logos, and pathos, right? I'm sorry for the sound of the barking of the dogs. It's winters and I don't know, something happens to them all of a sudden. Okay. So there are 3 modes of persuasion which Aristotle talks about. The first is ethos. Ethos is the credibility of the storyteller. मतलब आप जो बोल रहे हैं, why is it that I have to listen to you? So as a teacher, lot of time what happens, so the kind of subjects that I teach are mostly in the area of organizational behavior. Mostly we borrow a lot from psychology, and the subjects that I teach would be leadership, decision making, science of happiness, or talent retention and management. Now what happens is that typically whenever I'm dealing with a subject like topic like gender or a topic like diversity and leadership, you see a lot of your learner today will have a very different idea of how they would see diversity or how they would see the gender narrative building up. But as a professor who has seen, studied, researched, and published, it is your job to see that how is it that you are establishing your credibility in the classroom, right? And hence, your personal narrative becomes very, very important. I still know that many times since we would have a 20 session course, there would be a lot of things that we all would go and teach. But usme se end mein, whenever there is a final feedback session that we have, that what is it that has touched you the most, what is it that you remember, which session that you remember, invariably you will see that students would come back and say that, ma'am, that example that you gave, no, I could relate to that example, and hence मैंने उसके बाद से मेरा नजरिया बदल गया. I have started using those elements in my own life. So which means we have to be compelling storytellers, and that is where your good sense, your good model, your character as to how is it that you are trying to build that goodwill among your students or your audience becomes very, very important. The next part which is about pathos or emotion, which is you use it so that you are spurring those emotions, you are stirring those emotions in your audience. So if you remember Narendra Modi's address when Notebandi was launched, or any time when he is addressing the audience, look at the rhetorics that he uses. He has a very set pattern or a way of addressing the whole janta. But look at the tone that he uses when he is addressing people from Red Fort versus when he addresses people on Man Ki Baat, versus when he is trying to bring in a campaign or launch a movement altogether. You would see that as leaders, we also get inspired. As audience, we get inspired by the leaders because lot of time because of their charisma. And that charisma is nothing but their ability to persuade you. So बहुत बार pathos काम आता है. डर, that is fear or surprise or anger, right? All of this is incited in your audience to then generate their their engagement or generate their attention. The last part, which is very, very important, is about logos or logical argument. Now, here you would see that a lot of time there is something which is called as deductive reasoning. I'll not get, because all of you must be knowing this. When it comes to deductive reasoning, this is what it is. And hence I deduce that all humans die. That's my premise. You are human and hence you will die, right? So as simple as that. Or it can be an inductive reasoning, which comes from a specific to generic, right? Wherein I'm trying to say that there is very, very strong evidence. And with that evidence, I'm trying to tell you that since my data is telling me this, since my facts and figures are telling me this, I'm building a compelling narrative based on this. And all of us in our presentations, in our ideation, in the way we write a research paper or we write a case, we are all telling our own stories. And hence, these three modes of persuasion is something that we have to use, right? Now, I think so we have tried to cover, various elements to see that what happens when you use storytelling. And there's enough research which tells us that it creates an emotional experience. It creates an emotional feeling, positive or negative. It gives me an idea of how really the persona of this leader is, persona of a teacher is, persona of a brand is. So it gives me a personality. Just because it gives me a personality, I'm able to generate those emotions, right? Which differentiates a brand from a product, right? It also helps me to bring in that commercial element. Other than this, it helps me to understand the value of the product, a clear narrative, and appreciate the vision of the company, right? Also, it helps the leaders to communicate the vision to the community, right? It is also a powerful way to insinuate. Today, insinuation has become very, very, a very, very deadly way by just some, thanks to AI with various text and images and voice software and video softwares which are available. An idea, it's very, very easy to persuade people by insinuating an idea with this emotion that they're trying to build in, with the story that they're trying to build in, right? Because it stimulates emotion and energy. Now, there are 7 patterns, which again, research tells us that to tell this right story, there are 7 narrative patterns that you all might want to follow. First is, what is it that your story has to tell? That is, when I'm talking to my audience like faculty, I think so as storytellers, our idea is to maybe a lot of time pitch an idea. Maybe a lot of time, this is your research and you want people to join your research lab or your research idea. It can also be that you want students to pick up your elective. Or now that you have got students in your elective, you want them to perform well so that it is visibly there in your outcomes, right? If it's a very skill-based course, then you have to see that what is the sense that you are trying to evoke? How is it that the audience is able to relate, empathize, and remember? Uske liye, there are 7 narrative patterns that you can pick up. You can either try to spark an action, right? Wahan pe you will try and build in that story or that compelling imagery about how change was implemented. Typically, any digital transformation class, any change management class, any change, bring change in behavior that you want to bring in, you want to spark action, you have to show them proof, right? If your narrative is to tell who you are, then you have to really pick up from your life events that you have to pick up one life event which you think can create an impact on your audience, and start your PPT, start your story, start your case with that, right? Third, if you want to transmit a value, that there is, if your value is about, say, sustainability, you want to bring in that, you have to really use the image of real and fictional characters and prompt a discussion so that people understand that, yes, there is a need to think about sustainability as a value, right? if you want to foster collaboration, that is, आप ऐसा story बोलना चाहते हैं that आप चाहते हैं कि आपकी story से people start coming together, then you have to build in your narrative. Your narrative can also be about to communicate on brands. That is, if you see Nike, right? If you see Apple, if you see Amazon, the very fact, right from the way, if you see any logo, that logo is almost a stamp of identity for that particular brand. But that logo communicates a lot about the brand. Look at SBI. I think so. SBI is one such bank that all of us can relate to. Look at how their logos have changed and how the color schemes have changed. They have changed it with age. They have come of age, and hence the elements of that brand also has changed, right? It can also be to share knowledge. Last but not least, so share knowledge जहाँ पे कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे it always helps. So I always know this, that when we are talking of entrepreneurs, when we are talking of innovation, instead of bringing in successful entrepreneurs, it's very, very important that we get our students to experience some failed entrepreneurial story also and bring them in your classroom. It creates a very, very different atmosphere in the classroom, and suddenly you would see that till now that heroic understanding of entrepreneurship, they have all toned it down. They all understand that it's okay to fall. It's okay to make mistakes. And hence, if you want to share a knowledge like that, you have to build your narrative like that. Last but not the least, if you want your students to evoke or lead in a future which is very, very futuristic, then you have to also see that kya galat ho sakta hai. That pathos, evoking that if you do not do this. So if you're talking of climate crisis, if you're teaching climate crisis, if you're bringing in that element, if you're writing a case on climate crisis, it's very, very important that you evoke that emotion, that if you don't act now, then you will miss the bus. Are you getting my point? So these are 7, ways of how exactly the narrative patterns that you want to build up, and then using it to it. I'll probably stop with these, some storytelling tips, which are very, very important, which is about your own, each one of us who are trying to, build and weave your own stories. First thing, which is very, very important, is that know your audience. So today, I'm sure as a teacher myself, I would teach in postgraduate, which is my MBA classroom. I teach in my executive MBA classroom. I teach in my executive certificate programs. I teach in my, MDPs. I teach with my IS officers, doctors. My audience is very different. I might teach storytelling. I might teach leadership. The concept remains same, but how really I'm trying to build a narrative, that compelling narrative would change with each audience that I'm catering to. Second is, it's very, very important that you define that what is your message. If you see, this is a whole course. We have a course in storytelling, right? Now there can be an n number of things that, that research tells us, but I've just tried to bring in and weave whatever I'm trying to tell in the context of the educators or teachers. That's why all along in my session, whatever I have shared with all of you has been about the right message. And the message is, whatever you are teaching, you have to probably think about the learner, think about the attention span of the learner, think about the medium and the pedagogy that you are trying to align your course to, and then look about find your own compelling narrative, and then build in those elements. Third, which is very, very important, is that your own credibility. How authentic you are in whatever you are trying to bring to the table becomes very, very important by the work that you have done. Your work should speak, your words, your actions, everything is speaking. And trust me, all our students, when we are in our classroom, all our students are actually listening to us very, very carefully. So knowingly, unknowingly, we are role models for them. So keep your authenticity alive. That is what is your core. Fourth, keep it very simple and visual. Visual illusions are best. Keep it very, very simple. And last, which I could not do because of the medium that much, involve the audience. And that becomes very, very important if you are trying to probably, create that sort of magic in your classroom. So I'll probably show one last. I'll stop here because I see that. And I just wanted to show you one very...
Okay, Vartika, before you go ahead with the video, there's a question for you by Dr. Dilip More.
Okay.
What are the different types of stories, like Einstein story, grandmother story, etc.?
Mm-hmm.
That's
what are the different type of stories?
Like Einstein story, grandmother story. Dr. Dilip More, can you please elaborate on your question, what exactly you want to ask? Because somewhere Dr. Vartika's topic is more associated with the importance of storytelling in communication.
Yeah, actually, I have attended long time back. I have attended one session of one person, and he said, there are different. I could not recall it, but he said, there are different types of stories, like Einstein story, grandmother story, based
Okay,
on
so
the
maybe
content we have.
maybe what, if I'm understanding correctly, what basically what we mean to say is that storytelling is nothing but about building narratives, right? Now, when you're talking of grandmother stories or, Einstein stories, I don't know, but I am just guessing, is that there are certain stories which are like fables. It runs across generation. So something that we have heard from our grandmother, and it is, it goes through the generations, and then that becomes a norm, right? When we are talking of certain Einstein, which is about a principle of relativism, or any other principle that is associated with that particular founder, that becomes like a story casted in stone. And then that is almost looking like a story. We start with that. Similarly, what is important with whatever I have shared till now, I just wanted to show you one Indian example of and just whatever I have shared till now, if you can relate to this, see how many of these elements can you see in this particular narrative.
बाबा बिजली कब आएगी और पंखा कब चलेगा?
चंटू साहब, पहले पंखा आएगा फिर बिजली आएगी हैं?
पहले पंखा आएगा फिर बिजली आएगी। ये पागल है। तुझे पता है क्या? पहले पंखा आएगा फिर बिजली आएगी।
बानी को क्लास में
तुम तो उसका बोल दो। पहले पंखा आएगा फिर बिजली आएगी। रूठी रूठी रोशनी, तू मुझे मानता है ना? पहले पंखा आएगा फिर बिजली आएगी। लागी
पंखा आएगा फिर बिजली आएगी।
पंखा आएगा
बिजली आएगी। ऑन करो।
हम सिर्फ वातावरण से बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, जिंदगी में रोशनी जगाते हैं, खुशियां फैलाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
So if you were, I'll just stop sharing. So if you were seeing this video, you will understand that there was one way that they could have said that we are Adanis and we are into business of generating power, right? But to build that narrative compelling and to really show that how effective storytelling can be done very beautifully with life of slice, this is called as life of slice examples. Life of slice, they have used that as a standard principle and they've built a compelling narrative around it that pehle bijli aayegi, pehle pankha aayega, fir bijli aayegi. So if you just listen to this part, you would never understand that it is a advertisement about wind energy or wind turbine or what is it that they're doing. But look at it, that how impactful that storytelling can become basis these little things that we put together, and then we make our stories more interesting and more persuasive. So I'll stop with that, and if there are any questions, I'm more than happy
I
to
mean,
take.
there's a lot to learn from this session. Yes, first thing that we have to learn is that we have to start making stories now before we introduce any topic to our students.
Correct. I think so. Richa ji, please go ahead.
Yeah. So very good evening, Dr. Vartika, and thanks, Dr. Nitima, for such for for bringing ahead such enlightenment session for all of us. So, Dr. Vartika, I really loved the way you spoke over and you told about the stories. And I'm sure that stories actually are powerful communication. But there are still certain sectors and professions, if I just mention about the IT industry or maybe the engineering or the legal industry or maybe some kind of financial accounting or maybe auditing or investment analysis, which actually rely on numbers or maybe some kind of factual data or spreadsheets, where it's not easy for anyone to go ahead with stories, or maybe these stories maybe sometimes can create a very difficult situation, number one, right?
Right. So for your point is well taken, but I would say that since there are enough masala that is available, so why I'm saying is that what happens today, in fact, most of the industry professionals, they're coming to us with some common skill set that they want. One such skill set is business storytelling, and business storytelling is all about, with those same Excel spreadsheets, which are very, very boring, just cells and rows that we see, can also generate a lot of trends and patterns, right? And today, thanks to data analytics softwares and tools which are there, those seemingly black and white numbers can actually tell us compelling stories. And there are a lot of tools which are available which can be used, and you can lace it with examples. So today, I understand that whatever you said, there are certain very hard, fact-based, industries or subjects that you are talking of. But then I think so, even if you have a number to teach, but if you can bring in some elements of storytelling or your own personal anecdotes or your own personal examples or examples from the business cases, I think so that makes the story more relatable. That makes the subject more relatable. And that is how you can probably engage today's learners. Otherwise, they would always see a subject which is like, yes, sir, this is all about, something which I can't relate to, or something is, there are no ways how I can make it more persuasive. But I
Yeah.
think so even they have to really, persuade their own investors, and they do it every now and then. So better that we start training them now only.
Yeah, very true. Actually, my half question was left because I wasn't able to complete my full question.
Okay.
So very nice. So if these professions were able to relate with the story, the second part was about the non-verbal miscommunication. So maybe people who are associated with these sectors, as I just mentioned about legal, health, or maybe defense, or maybe finance, audits. So sometimes what happens that your body language, the tone, the facial expressions. Sometimes what happens that even if you're trying to relate a story, but these non-verbal things like body language, tone, as I said, they do not align with the verbal message which a person wants to spread, and that leads to maybe some kind of misunderstanding or misaligned non-verbal cues.
I get it. So what you are telling, I absolutely agree to what you are saying. And that's why I think so we have to also learn from certain, leaders that we all admire. I think so Steve Jobs, if you do a quick search about effective communicators of our times, Steve Jobs' name would come, right? Now, all of us would have, if we have ever seen Steve Jobs ka koi bhi video, we would have seen him in his turtleneck, black turtleneck, and some wherever he has introduced any product. Now, to tell you that for that one particular conference, that one particular WWDC, as it is called, that one developer conference meet that he used to have, he used to do numerous rehearsals that he used to do to make that pitch absolutely perfect, because he was a perfectionist, as we all know, right? So as you are rightly saying, Richa, a lot of time it's very, very important that when you are to deliver something like this, which is as critical and important, I always tell that today we have those tools and softwares which are easily available, which can record, and you can yourself see that how do you look in that recording. Not necessary that as teachers and professors we get so much time, but trust me, if there is a very, very important meet, at least for our students, let's make this into a, let's ask them to have this as a habit, to record themselves and get a feedback themselves, that how do they look. Lot of time those non-verbals are also some things that you do unknowingly, and when people give you feedback, you don't relate to it. But when you see yourself that this is what you are doing, lot of time those unknowingly, the things that you do unknowingly can be curbed. So maybe practice, rehearsals, feedback is one such mechanism by which you can reduce these non-verbals which do not match with the verbal, accuracy that you are trying to bring in through your message.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Dr.
thank you so
Vartika. In
much.
fact, very detailed description. And when you talked about Steve Jobs, the first thing is what came to my mind was actually that black turtleneck t-shirt that he used to wear, because I've also heard that he didn't wanted to waste time on selecting the color, so he's always had
Correct.
the same t-shirt, right? So that
Correct. Right. Anything
great
else?
session. I think storytelling is always something very, very close to our heart because we write it when we are writing cases.
Absolutely. And we constantly get feedbacks, good, bad, ugly.
Yeah.
So we are all improving on the go.
Beautifully presented, ma'am. I
Thank
think you can see your testament in the chat box also. Everybody is constantly writing excellent session and they're constantly sending those claps for the way you presented. Amazing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vartika. Or I profoundly call you Vartu. Thank you so much. Again, for a great session. And every time when we meet, I have a lot to learn from you. And I may request you, whenever you're coming down to Delhi, you please visit us. Please visit JP Business School. We would certainly love to have more such sessions with you, and this time with our students as well. Right? Once again, I think this was a happy session with the Ek Chidiya, Anek Chidiya. So let's do thumbs up for Dr. Vartika before we welcome our next guest, who is already here for the next session. May we have some thumbs up, please? Let's be stressless. Okay. Thank you, Vartika.
Yeah. Bye. Thanks a lot, and wish you all the very best for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Just a quick tea call to all of you. After 2 sessions, I understand as a student, we feel lazy. So we are going to have a very interesting session now with Miss Aarti Khosla, who is already there. I request Dr. Ridhima Bhano to please introduce Aarti ma'am, and all the participants say hi to ma'am. At least we can have your hi in the message window, or you can present flowers, nice flowers. Right?
That's a virtual way of welcoming our
Yeah,
guests.
that's a virtual way.
That's so cute. Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Aarti Khosla with us as our next guest, and it is an absolute honor to introduce her to all of you. But before I start her formal introduction, I would like to take this privilege of telling you that she was one of my teachers in school and one of the most loved teacher in the school I was in. And now she has attained a lot of accolades. She is the founder and CEO of Center of Assessment for Excellence. We all look for this. She's a distinguished leader and expert in the field of education and standardization. Dr. Khosla is India's representative and project leader for ISO, focusing on management systems for educational organizations, and an active member of ISO's technical committee, which is TC232. And with unparalleled expertise across all domains of education, from early childhood to higher education, as well as training, coaching, and learning and development, she has been instrumental in driving operational excellence, risk management, and sustainable educational models. Her efforts are closely aligned with achieving the UN Sustainable Goals we all have been talking about in our research, in our papers, everywhere about the SDGs. And Dr. Khosla's illustrious career spans over 23 years, during which she has trained over 10,000 educational leaders from more than 40 countries on standardizations and accreditation. She has been actively associated with Government of India, contributing to institutionalizing processes across various ministries, and has played a pivotal role in the development of NABIT accreditation standards and CBSE SQAA framework. She's a celebrated award winner, recognized as the best women entrepreneur in conformity assessments in the education sector. And Dr. Khosla continues to lead global discussions on education standardization, upskilling, women's leadership, and the implementation of National Education Policy 2020. Her visionary work on ISO standards and her dedication to excellence make her an inspiration to all of us sitting here in the meeting. We are from the same fraternity and we look for these standardization and assessment education everywhere. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Aarti ma'am to this ATAL FDP. And I'm sure we are fortunate enough. The session is all yours, ma'am. Please take it ahead.
Thank you so much, Radhima. Thank you for this very, very warm introduction. Though this was too much, but I just liked only one part of the whole thing that I have taught you. That's where I started my journey in a very small town. Both of us belong to the same town,
Right.
and we take pride in saying that we have grown, we have evolved.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the session.
Sure, ma'am.
And thanks to Vartika for bringing up the last, that small clip from Adani, what they are doing, because that is very well related to my session. And I was very happy about it. Although Vartika took a very beautiful session, which is on storytelling and which is very, very interesting also. My session is on sustainable business practices, business strategies that the organizations can adopt. And I will try to make it as simple and as engaging as possible, because this is a little technical subject in nature, which involves a lot of mathematical equations also, but I have tried not to include them in my presentation because I was told that I will be having about an hour and a half. So I will try to do justice to the topic. Thank you to the JP Business School for the invite, and it's a pleasure to be here. So what we all saw in the Adani's video was that there are various ways in which energy can be generated, and natural resources can be used, renewable resources can be used. So this is what I am going to talk about. I have my colleague Santosh here. Santosh, may I request you to share the presentation? Santosh, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please, can you share the presentation? Thank you. You can put it on the slideshow mode, full screen. So I think sustainability is not a very new term. It's a very, very old term, rather, I would say. However, it has all of a sudden become a very fancy term. We all like to talk about it. We all like to say that, I have bought a sustainable product, or I am manufacturing a sustainable product, or I'm providing a sustainable service, or my institution is sustainable. This cotton that I bought, this cloth is made of sustainable material. So we all like to use it as often as possible, because we all know that today's generation, has a better paying capacity. They can pay little more, but they want something which is really sustainable in nature. So while I was all this, how it started was I was carrying out my research while I was studying at IIM Bangalore under the Goldman Sachs program, which was for women entrepreneurs. And there were a lot of women entrepreneurs who were into these startups that are on sustainable models. So while looking at all of that, my point of view somewhere changed, and I kept wondering, why do people buy products or services? That's the very first question. Why do we all buy it? If you have heard Simon Sinek's talks, he once said in his talks, people don't buy what you make. They buy why you make and how you make it. So this is what is important. Why you make it and how you make it is what really impacts the communities, impacts the nations, impacts the whole planet. And as I said, the purchasing power of our current generation has increased. So the demand for products that are environmentally and ethically right has also increased. Right now, if I ask you all what is sustainability, I think it would mean anything and everything. But we all understand that what means anything and everything, it actually means nothing. So,
Ma'am, we have questions also. Would you like to take it towards the end, right? Or
will that be better?
Yeah, that can also work. So a very simple question on difference between sustainable and environmental friendly. So we can keep a look at the questions, collate it, and then towards the end, you would like to take them, right?
Definitely, definitely. However, this is one question which I'm going to answer maybe in a little while. So environmental friendly is a very small component, whereas sustainable product or a sustainable service is really wide. We are talking about a lot of things, not just environment. I'm going to talk in detail about this. So the real meaning of the word sustainability means a product or a service which is able to sustain itself in future without putting too much pressure on the planet. It is as simple as that. Yeah. This is not a new term. It was rather coined in 1987 by UN. And this just meant that you can have your share of pie, but leave enough for others so that they can also have theirs. Don't consume everything. Think about others before you consume that. And generally, most of us misinterpret the sustainable development as probably saving planet. It is not saving planet. Realistically, we don't have to even worry about it because the planet will anyway outlive the humanity. So what we need to focus on saving ourselves and our future generations by managing effectively our natural resources. This is what we should really be bothered about. So earlier, about say 12 years ago, sustainability just meant the environmental impact of any business. How much of emissions is coming out from the manufacturing plant, what is coming out of the water effluent, how is it impacting the environment. This was the only concern in those days. But now I think the focus has completely shifted to a very large context where companies think, how do I make a product that is going to make society more sustainable? How do I bring in innovation in my product? What are the different ways in which I can make my supply chain better? How do I find effective and efficient ways to manage my broader business system? So these sustainable business strategies, if you see, are plans, they are actions that the businesses use to make money while they are also being kind to the environment. They are taking care of their own people and their customers, and they're also thinking about the future. And these strategies, if implemented in the right way, will ensure that businesses grow and succeed without harming the planet or the society, right? What we all are understanding now very gradually is that businesses are no more about profits. They are about doing what is right for the world around us. So can we go to the next slide, Santosh? So the three pillars that you all see here, environmental, social, and economic, these are the three impacts that we talk about. The next one. Are you not able to put it in the slideshow mode?
So, ma'am, he'll have to first put it in the slideshow mode and then share the screen. Then it will work fine.
Oh, but are you all able to
We are able
read
to
the
see it.
content? Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So we'll go it like that. So why they are important, if you look at the global context, there are 75% of the millennials, a research has been carried out, who prefer to work with an organization which is environmentally responsible, which takes care of its own people. So, the things like Great Place to Work, and then there are a lot of other certifications also. Now, any employee in today's generation, before joining an organization, they would want to see how much responsible the organization is. If the employee is really worth and you also want to employ that person, then it is not a one-way thing anymore. They will ask you a lot of these questions. If you're into a manufacturing sector, they would want to know how you design your products, how you manufacture your product, what is the kind of impact it has on the community, and how are you taking care of your own employees? What are the benefits you're giving to your own employees? So everything gets covered under sustainability. The next one, Santosh. Risk mitigation is something which is inbuilt in the whole context. Once the organization starts thinking about sustainable options, they will automatically take care of risk, and they will also generate new opportunities for themselves, which probably, they would not have thought earlier. I remember when we at COE International, when we started thinking about this, there were a lot of things that came to our mind. Being in the service sector, we had a very limited, platform where we could really implement sustainable practices. However, we began with a very small thing. In our offices everywhere, we put up a signage which says, switch off your lights before you leave the room, or switch off the tap before after using it. Very, very small baby steps we started taking. And in the last 5-6 years, I have seen a huge impact. A very small thing, like we also got our the entire lighting in the office changed to the LED lighting, and we started looking for those small actions, and we are able to see that our water consumption has gone down, our electricity consumption has gone down, people have become more responsible. They have started associating with the vision of the company, why we want and where we want the company to be. So definitely businesses would do this because they want to protect the planet for future generations. They want to meet customer demands because people definitely prefer eco-friendly products. If you also go to buy something, maybe a small comb, a hairbrush, you would want something which is made of wood. You would want to see that it is neem wood or some other wood where that this has not impacted the environment in any way. No single-use plastic is being used anywhere in our offices, at our homes. I think we have completely done away with all of that, most of us. Then the companies also want to save money by using fewer resources and reducing waste, and they want a good reputation. I think reputation is what has become very, very important when you talk about sustainable practices. Governments recognize you. Internationally, you get recognized. Your global tie-ups become better. Especially in Europe, if you see a lot of focus is there on this. In India, GRC reporting has become mandatory. Not just India, a lot of other countries also, where your, everything that is impacting the community, you will have to prepare a report. You need numbers. You have to submit it to the government. You have to show that you are a sustainable business. Most of the multinationals that have their offices in a lot of countries, they take it as their responsibility to contribute to the environment. Next one. And there are a lot of government rules and regulations. I'm sure a lot of you must be aware of it. I will also try and share some links with you all after this today's session, and then you can go through them. To implement the sustainable strategies, you will have to adopt circular economy principles, which of course says reduce, reuse, recycle. Integrate the environmental, social governance matrix into your operations, and partner with the stakeholders for shared goals. When you say stakeholders, This includes your customers, it includes your vendors, it includes industry, it includes government and everybody. So you first need to prioritize your goals and then associate with the people who can share that vision with you. The next one. There are a lot of cases, a lot of companies who have implemented in different ways. Oh, I will take this today as example. I was very surprised in the morning. I was anyway preparing for today's session, and then my daughter, who has just recently gone to college, she wanted a beauty service. So she booked the urban company beautician and she came in the morning. I was very surprised to see the way she was conducting herself, She was very interested in telling me what kind of product she's using because my daughter is very young and for the first time she was using these services. So I asked this girl, her name was Reena. I asked her, what are you going to do? What kind of products are you going to use? So she said, I'm using reusable products. I'm using ceramic hairbrushes. We have completely reduced single-use plastic products. Ma'am, if you're visiting the beauty salons, you will see they use a lot of plastic, whereas in urban company, we don't do that. I also have the biodegradable, cruelty-free beauty products, and they are going to be very gentle on your daughter's skin. So don't worry about that. They are very gentle on the environment also. And then I was very happy to see when she started her services, she was very, very cautious about reducing the water waste. She was trying to ensure that the water is being used very efficiently. She's keeping the consumption minimal. And of course, she gave a very top quality service also. I was happy. My daughter was happy. So these kind of sustainable practices, when this girl Reena is using, she's definitely as an individual contributing to reducing her carbon footprint. She's promoting environmentally conscious beauty care, which is a very important service in the society now. And this shift towards sustainability as a part of urban companies' broader mission to encourage its network of service professionals because they are adopting green practices, they are making the beauty services more eco-friendly. So I was really happy to see that. The next one, can we see? I think this is from fool.co. Green Valley Nursery. So I got an opportunity to visit this nursery, and again, I was very happy to see this lady is called Anjali Deshmukh. She's running this nursery which specializes in native plants, organic gardening, eco-friendly landscaping solutions. And Anjali very proudly shared with me that she has a mission to ensure that the nursery is not only promoting plant growth, but it is also contributing positively to the environment. A very important sustainable practice that I saw at Green Valley is the use of organic fertilizers, natural pest control methods. They are not using any chemicals. Instead of synthetic chemicals, they are using compost, vermiculture, neem-based products to promote healthy plant growth and to combat pests. Also, they are trying to ensure that the soil remains healthy and it is free from any harmful chemicals. For water conservation also, Anjali is making a lot of efforts. She has installed a rainwater harvesting system, collecting all the rainwater during monsoon season to water the plants throughout the year. She has drip irrigation system, which she has employed to reduce water wastage, and the water can directly be delivered to the roots. To minimize the plastic usage, the nursery is only using biodegradable pots made from coconut husks and also compostable plant tags. Any plastic waste that they are generating, they are segregating it and they are being very, very cautious about sending it for recycling. So these kind of activities, it was really nice to see the way they are doing all of that. Next one. Next one is Fool.co. This is a company that you all can see Alia Bhatt is also promoting. These are all Indian startups, very small companies that I'm talking about. And why I am talking about them is because I personally seen their products. I personally met them and I've understood how they are generating all of that. So they are also contributing in a very big way. As you all know, India has, you'll be surprised to know that India is generating around 800 million tons of floral wastage annually from the rivers. and this is being discarded from the temples, and this is being discarded into rivers, causing pollution. So this company called Fool, it's a social enterprise based in Kanpur somewhere, and they have developed a solution to this problem by recycling floral waste from temples. Ankit Agarwal founded this company in 2017, and they are collecting floral waste and they are processing it into eco-friendly products. They're making very nice, good smelling incense sticks, biodegradable packaging, and leather. Leather, it's a vegan leather alternative. It's not leather, but it looks like leather. And this initiative not only prevents river pollution, but is also creating employment for the marginalized women in that region. So it's completely led by women. And this innovation leather that they've made, it has gained international recognition as a sustainable material for fashion and accessories. The next one. Now, of course, we have some big examples also. Patagonia, you all know. How many of you remember their ad that came up in, I think, 2011 or 12, which said, "Don't buy this jacket"? From this small ad, people didn't understand. It looked very negative. Why not buy this jacket? But the whole idea was to tell people, if you already have clothes, you don't need more. Yeah. So to reduce your needs and wants and to manage within the resources that you have. And with this, just this small ad campaign, the company was able to double its revenue in 5 years. And in sustainable fashion, they have become a benchmark. Company also gave 10% of its profits to environmental initiatives. And now they are saying this 10% is our self-imposed earth tax. They started this, and now, of course, a lot of other companies are also practicing the similar things in their organizations. The next one. The next one is about IKEA. We all know IKEA. IKEA is in a big way into recycling and the buying back programs. Nobody could even imagine IKEA would say, "You bring your furniture and we'll replace it. You bring something and we'll give you a new one." Why? Because they know that they can recycle it. They are committed to 100% renewable energy by 2030, and a lot of efforts are being made in that regard. And they have already invested around $1.2 billion in renewable energy projects, which is amazing. The next one. Although IKEA is we all know the scale of the company, and it's a multinational company. Unilever also did similar things. They had targeted the environmental footprint reduction, and they wanted to enhance their social impact, because of which they had 70% of revenue from sustainable brands. You'll be surprised to know. Unilever, we all know they have got thousands of products, but most of their revenue is coming from sustainable products that they manufacture. And there is definitely a significant reduction in waste and water usage. The next one. So the key data points that are important here, you all know about ESG. ESG reporting has to be done, and a lot of countries they have made ESG reporting mandatory: environmental, social, and governance. So how the companies are operating, why they are operating, what is the impact of their products and services on the nations, they have to do it in numbers. Yeah. And they are, by 2030, around $12 trillion could be unlocked by achieving sustainable development goals. We are all aware of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, those 17 goals. Yeah. Santosh, can you go to the last slide where we have all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals? Anybody who's not aware what is UN SDGs? I'm sure since most of you are from academia. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so these 17 goals, these are not just the 17 goals, but there are a lot of indicators. There are hundreds of indicators that were made, and all the countries have been given the target to achieve these goals. In September 2015, all 193 UN member states adopted these Sustainable Development Goals. And by 2030, if we are able to achieve these SDGs, the planet can actually be transformed. With these 17 goals, we had 169 targets and 230 indicators. So every country has made its own action plan. And if you go to the website of the Government of India, you will find, you can search this, where India stands in terms of the achievement of UN SDGs. You will find all the numbers there, each goal where we are. And goal number 4, quality education, is one of them, of course. So we can come back to the previous slide, Santosh. We all talk about sustainable practices. There are a lot of related terms like social enterprise, like circular economy, like corporate social responsibility. You have inclusive capitalism, you have shared vision. I was just wondering whether you all as academics, you might want me to disentangle the terms. But I very specifically decided not to go into the technical definitions, because everything that we talk about boils down to what we call as sustainable business strategies. Yeah. Any question here? Whatever we've covered so far. We also have an activity in today's session. I'll take it up in a little while.
I don't see questions in the chat box. If anybody wants to unmute and ask a question, you can go ahead now.
Okay.
Or you can probably raise your hand and I'll make you speak to ma'am.
Any question at this point? Or do you want me to take up questions later? Anyone? Okay, may I ask you all, whatever I have shared so far?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Suren. May I ask you all, whatever I have shared, do you feel sustainable business practices, whatever factors I have shared, are there any other factors that come to your mind when you think of sustainable business practices? It could be in the manufacturing sector or in the service sector. Any other factor that comes to your mind? Nothing at present. Okay.
What's the profit margin you keep for your organization? It depends.
Yeah.
It depends.
Yeah. That's a very good input. And it's very, very important, because when you start investing in building a sustainable system, you also have to think of what profits you are getting, because definitely profit can't be undermined, and it is a part of it. So I'll come to one of the slides. Okay, I'll come to it later. The challenges that you have, what I have seen, so we visit a lot of universities, colleges, schools, business schools, law schools, all types of institutions across the whole world. And it has been a really good experience, because when we all go to these institutions, we, of course, our auditing requires a lot of questions related to quality management, related to leadership, related to risk management, questions related to their social responsibility, data security, and whatnot, of course. Learning outcomes is something very important. But when we talk about social responsibility, we are amazed to see the kind of initiatives that the organizations are taking up. You know, this is unbelievable. And the kind of awareness that has been built in the last probably 7-8 years. In fact, post-COVID, I think COVID has taught all of us how to, live with minimal resources. And all the organizations, if I compare them with the corporate sector, educational institutions have become very, very aware about the fact that, conserving the resources is important. There are so many activities, so many initiatives that they've taken up. I will be talking about what all we see, because today, again, I was discussing with some of our auditors, and I was trying to find out what all initiatives they have observed when they have gone to these organizations. So I've noted down all of that. I'll talk. So the internal challenges that we see is definitely there is initial investment cost. So when I told you that we changed all our electricity, the bulbs and everything, and then the way we are consuming water, of course, there was initial investment. But then you know that this is going to pay you back. You also know it is a long-term investment. So for a very small company, for a startup, it is very important that right from the beginning, they try to build these kind of systems in place. Because once, things get stabilized, there is a resistance to change within the organizations. You tell your people to adopt certain new practices, and you will see they will be the first ones who don't want to come out of their comfort zones. I still remember I was speaking to my team and I told them initially, of course, 4-5 years back, I told them to start carpooling in the morning and not bring their own vehicles individually every day. Of course, we are paying, the parking fee and then everything. But then some of them were very uncomfortable. They said, no, it's difficult. I can go on my pace. I can come at my time. It is difficult to tie up with the person who is picking me up and dropping me. But then gradually, because we kept on pushing. Our HR department was very particular that we have to implement these activities. So when we kept pushing them, we saw that, they are the people who got very comfortable in just 6 months' time. And now, this is something that suits them the most. We have hybrid way of working also. Everybody doesn't need to come to office every day. But then, organizations can do that. Education sector cannot work totally in the hybrid manner. In fact, some of us in the education sector are very happy that we are back on our campuses post-COVID. We were the ones who suffered the most during COVID. We were missing that personal interaction with our students the most. And then external factors, of course, uncertain ROI in the short term. Then you have the burden from your investors also, your shareholders. Everybody wants to see that you are a profit-making company. So making them understand and bringing them on the... Monica, you have a question?
Actually, ma'am, I just want to understand from you. There was one example once, one of the automobile brand Hyundai. So they wanted to come up with Euro 1, 2, 3 environment, eco-friendly, engine emission system and everything. So they thought of supply chain to be, transformed now from roadways to coastal route. But by taking the coastal route also, they were saying that we are contributing not to pollute the environment or air pollution or whatever comes out of emission or, fuel and everything. And at the same time, they were also criticized by saying that, if you're not harming the air pollution or something like that, but you are polluting the aqua ecosystem and many of the animals, and these water animals are getting killed with your heavy, automotive kind of mobile, this transportation from one destination to another. So I think in every way, there is some kind of, sensitivity required. So how do you see this kind of initiative as?
Monica, I agree with you. And that's a very good example that you brought up. So a lot of cases, when there is no proper risk mitigation, for implementing any sustainable initiative in the organization, the first and the foremost thing is you do a proper risk assessment. Somebody wrote in the chat box, quality management. Risk assessment is a very integral part of quality management. So when you say risk management, there are two components. One is how frequently this risk can occur. If you don't invest in a new initiative or an innovation, how frequently can you face challenges? And number two is what kind of an impact this risk is going to have. If you take this risk today and you invest into it, or you don't take care of it, what is the kind of impact that you will be facing in the future? So if you are able to do a very detailed risk assessment, and then you look at the kind of opportunities that you're getting out of those risks, I think a lot of initiatives in the right direction can be implemented in the right manner. I'll tell you, earlier in most of the companies, there used to be only one person called as sustainability manager. Whereas now For every new initiative to be implemented, the entire team has to sit. I have seen right from the top management to the middle managers and the senior managers sitting together and discussing ways out. There is so much of brainstorming, there is so much of research. They look at the relevant examples from the industry, the other countries, because now, data is available, global data is available. So we can learn from the best practices that the other companies have implemented. I hope I've been able to answer, but I'll take it up maybe later also. Santosh, the next one. Yeah. So sustainability is definitely no longer an option. This has become a business imperative. And if you want long-term profitability, today you have to align your practices with environment and social responsibility. You can start small, but definitely you have to think big. Even the small step that you take today is going to lead to a bigger outcome in future. The next slide. I would also want you all to, the next slide, please. Okay, let's do a call to action since this is about sustainability and most of you are from the educational organizations. Can I give you a small activity? We will divide you into maybe 4 different teams. And within every team, we will request you all to select a group leader, a team leader who can come back and talk about what you all brainstormed on. Since you are all teaching students, I think most of you, 90% of you are teaching students, making them industry ready. You're also in collaboration with the industries, you know how things are happening and what are the skill requirements that are needed today. So to make your students aware, to develop those kind of right skills that they are absorbed by the industry in the right way, what do you think are the practices that the educational institutions should implement? Go to the next slide, Santosh. So I'm giving you a few areas: curriculum, research and innovation, waste management, transportation, dining or cafeteria, sorry for the typos, please, procurement, experiential learning opportunities, and awareness campaigns. So I would want all the 4 groups to pick up 2 areas. The first group takes up curriculum and research and innovation and brainstorms on what kind of strategies the institution should put in place. Please do not worry about whether the top management would want to do it, whether you have the right funds to do it, whether you have the right resources to implement those initiatives. That comes later. First, let us talk about what comes to your mind when you think that through your curriculum, you can implement effective sustainable development practices in your businesses. In your educational organizations. The second group can take up waste management and transportation. Third group is going to take up dining and procurement. And the last group can take up experiential learning opportunities and awareness campaigns. So I would want you to discuss for about just 5-6 minutes, come up with at least 2 to 3 practices that you would want to be implemented in the institutions. Is that okay? Any questions? Okay, so
I'll be right now you're not in group, so they're deciding that we want to be in group 4 because they have to discuss which point. I'll randomly allocate you to 4 different groups, and the first one takes up curriculum and research and innovation, right, ma'am? Second one takes up waste management and transportation. Third one on dining and procurement, and the fourth one on learning opportunities and awareness campaigns. I'm dividing you into 4 groups, and we, the organizers, will be trying to moderate every group. Okay.
Perfect. That will be great. So after about 6 to 8 minutes, you all can come back to the main room and then we'll start discussion.
So should I make a timer also for 30 minutes? For like 10 minutes to break
10
up?
minutes. Maximum 10 minutes should be okay.
Okay, ma'am.
So minimum 2 to 3 practices you are going to talk about.
All right.
Thank you, Rudma.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, so you'll all get a notification on your phone or your on laptop, wherever you will be joining that group, okay? The breakout rooms are now open. Everybody to please select.
Ridhima, do you want me also to join a breakout room or stay here?
I'll give you, I'll automatically put you in every group. Is it okay?
Yeah, that'll be better.
So you just give me 2 minutes till the time everybody joins in, and then I'll tell you which one you have to join.
Sure,
Okay.
sure.
I'll send you to the first one first. Yeah. Nitima ma'am, are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
So can you jump to one of the breakout rooms, because I see 3 have started, the 4th one hasn't. So I'll put you to the 4th one, 3rd one. Yeah.
Yep.
You check if the thing has started there. And Aarti ma'am, I'm sending you to the first one. Yeah.
So total we have 3 breakout rooms.
I can see 3. The 4th one, people are still in the meeting room. Some might be just listening.
There are a lot of people who have not joined the breakout room yet.
I can see that in the main room yet. Yeah. Now you'll both also get a notification to join. Somebody is asking for help in the breakout room 3. I'll just join 3, ma'am. Which one are you joining? You got a notification for?
3.
3. Okay.
Yeah.
I found him. Ma'am, could you just help us with the topic of group 3?
Okay. It was on cafeteria and waste management, I guess, but I'll just confirm.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Santosh ji from Aarti ma'am's team, are you here? Santosh ji? Pankuri, are you here? Yes, so 3 groups are working, ma'am. In the 4th group, there was some technical fault. So I think within 2 minutes, they'll all join back here.
Okay.
Okay.
So the participants who did not join any group, I think they're about 30 plus.
30, yeah.
Oh.
So they will be the ones, I think the session will be for them. The 70 are in the 3 groups. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, I would request everyone who is here, who was not able to join any group, to share your inputs while the other groups are sharing.
Yeah.
You can add value to whatever they share.
Right. So the 4th 2 points could be discussed from the participants who are in this room.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it was experiential learning opportunities and awareness campaigns.
Right.
What kind of strategies would work in these 2 areas? Anybody from the participants who are here can share.
Sure. So I think the breakout rooms are ending in another 10 seconds.
Yeah. So today is the last day.
After your session, they all have their test, which is from the session. So they have to give those 50 questions. They'll all have to answer.
Okay. So they already have the stress of an assessment.
Sorry, ma'am, I'm interrupting. Actually, I just came out from a breakout room. Hope I did not lost the connection. It's because did I lose the connection or I don't know, ma'am.
No, the breakout rooms have ended because the time was
Okay.
only 10 minutes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, madam.
Yeah, we have a question from Anurag. Anurag raised his hand.
Yeah, ma'am, no, just I appreciate the exercise that you have given us, and it was a great discussion we had internally. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm so
opened
glad.
our eyes, actually.
I think 10 minutes weren't enough.
Yeah, I
Very true, ma'am.
understand
Very
that.
true.
I understand. But now the discussion is going to add a lot of value.
Yes.
Let people come back and start sharing. I think everyone is back. Okay, great. Good job, everyone. Thank you very much for participating well in this activity. May I request group number 1, who is the team leader? A team leader through common consensus. Who would like to share?
Ma'am, our presenter is Dr. Vivek. He will present.
Okay, great. Dr. Vivek, may I request you to start, please? What did you discuss? So
Yes,
you had 2
sorry.
areas with
Yeah,
you.
please, ma'am, please. Yes. Good evening, everyone. Our topic is the very much famous topic is the recycling of waste, different type of waste in the environment friendly way and in the sustainable way. So in this practice in India, there is a waste generation is plastic waste generation.
Dr. Vivek, sorry,
Yes.
I'm interrupting. Were you in group number 2?
Group number 1 or 2, ma'am, actually, Anurag group number is we are
So group number 1 had 2 areas,
One.
curriculum and research.
Through research practices, ma'am, we did this work, or through innovation practices. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you're talking about research and innovation. Yeah,
Research
please
and
go ahead.
innovation. Yes. Actually, we developed the such type of model through the innovation and research work. We recycle the different type of waste, like in the school colleges. Major issue is the plastic waste, because the canteen waste, lot of waste is generated. Second waste in the school is the aluminium waste. This is another waste material. And third waste is the paper waste is also major issues. So we are working in these 3 major issues. And first we create that team, and in different departments and in the different colleges. If there is an institute, like we are doing such type of practices in Baba Farid group of institution. There is a group of colleges like Baba Farid College is here, Baba Farid College of Management Engineering, and we form the teams of 5 members, and one is the leader of this team. And they collect three types of when we have apply here in each college. for the different collection of the waste, and
Okay,
the
okay.
students guided the peoples to how to collect the waste material, like plastic waste you can collect in different way, and other waste is collected in the different bin. So this is,
Wonderful.
yeah.
Wonderful. Very nice.
Thank
Anything that you feel in the curriculum can be done?
In curriculum, we actually develop such type in next step. This is the first phase of our, when we collected the waste, then we convert it into the, like in the chemical recycling method, we degrade this plastic waste into the environment friendly way, like we use the catalyst, such type of solvent which is easily recycled, and then we convert it into the sustainable and a product which is formed, which is market available product we generate.
Okay.
In this way we generate the resources also, and yeah.
Very good. Very nice.
Yes.
So we were,
And
thank you
same,
so much to the whole
we
group.
introduce in future, because with such type of practices we can add these type of method in our practical syllabus also included.
Very nice. Very nice. This is what I was going to talk about.
Yes.
So very recently we were auditing one of the business schools. What they did was, I would like to share that good practice with all of you. They have embedded topics like corporate social responsibility, ethical leadership, sustainability. They have embedded these topics in their core courses. And in addition to that, what they have done is they are offering specialized electives on green finance, circular economy, and social entrepreneurship. Then some of the colleges have incorporated sustainability topics into across various disciplines. They have developed specialized programs. They, very short-term certifications also a lot of institutions have implemented in environmental studies and circular economy. So the students have to just take up a very short-term, maybe like a 1 week kind of a program or a few hours kind of a program. But these small courses and certifications are giving them a lot of confidence, and also making them aware that this is something which needs to be spoken about. This is something which needs to be looked into. So I think this is creating a lot of awareness, and what you shared is very, very pertinent. Under research also, I have seen various institutions. We were recently auditing a university in Pune. They are supporting research in renewable energy, in waste reduction, in sustainable technologies. And they are also collaborating with various industries and communities to address the local environmental issues. In Pune, the location of this university is very nice. It is right next to the Symbiosis University, and the whole environment is very good. But there are some local environmental issues that they have to deal with, some governmental laws that they have to abide by. So they are collaborating with the industries to do this. These are some of the ready examples that I had. I thought I'll share with you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and good job done, this group.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we come to the second group? Who would like to present? Second group has to talk about waste management and transportation.
So Dr. Nitima, who's presenting from your group?
I have made, I'm forgetting the name. We have just made him the group lead. Her the group lead. Can you who's the group lead? I have forgotten the name.
Even I am not able to recall the name, ma'am, but Neha,
Ma'am, our presentation was so mesmerizing that you forgot the name.
Actually, yes. All thanks to Vivek Sharma sir in that case.
True, ma'am.
Okay, anybody can voluntarily present.
No, actually, there was someone we were discussing about this thing, waste management and transportation, and we were saying that most of the things we don't implement, we just speak about them.
Yes.
And the biggest challenge is that. Okay.
Yeah, Rushali.
Yes, Rushali.
Yes.
Good evening, ma'am. It's always the senior citizen who has been caught, actually.
Dr. Suren. I don't say that, Dr. Suren.
I was driving a while when the discussion was going on, so the voice was a little cracking. So I couldn't end up with what was discussed, but I can only submit over here that the waste management is been talked in a very hue and cry manner.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Everyone says कि गीला कचरा इसमें डालो, सूखा कचरा इसमें डालो, plastic waste इसमें करो, medical waste इसमें करो. But I have seen in practices very seldom it happens.
Yeah.
Very seldom.
Yeah.
I do not want to comment on my motherland, but yes, our ecosystem is not actually supporting what our policy makers are making. Right. Like if I take it as one of my scholars is actually conducting a research on this particular issue, that collecting garbages from household is not at all now a problematic job, but the problematic job is to segregate that waste into biodegradable and non-degradable waste. The main segregation process is not taking place because I have seen dump yards and heaps of waste is lying down in dump yards. And वो हो ये रहा है कि कचरा घरों से निकलकर डंप यार्ड में आकर डंप हो जा रहा है, तो कंसंट्रेटेड सेल्स बन जा रहे हैं कचड़े के. तो it is where the policy makers and the implementers, उसमें we all are included in it. And I have a suggestion that in our curriculum we do give certification courses like what you have discussed just now. But actually this certification courses by the end of the day is only limited to the file management. वो files के अंदर ही certificate रह जाते हैं. Now, if a candidate, if the student has done a coursework in, say, waste management, practically he is not getting any benefit in his lifeline. अगर उसको जॉब मिले उस सर्टिफिकेट से, तब तो उस सर्टिफिकेट की वैल्यू है. हो ये रहा है कि ड्यूरिंग हिज MBA program or during his management program, he or she does grabs many certificates like what you have told. But that certificate's utility is only subject to academic credits only. Until and unless it is not been transferred to his financial credit, it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
I think, Dr. Suren, this is a very important point that you've said. And when we are conducting audits in the educational institutions, there is something called design and development process. So we always ask the institutions, on what basis do you design a particular course or a certificate program or anything that you want to implement? What is the criteria? What is the prerequisite? And what is going to be the impact and the outcome of this course? So anything new that you develop, it should go through the proper design and development process so that you know that the outcome of this is not going to get wasted. This is going to be put to use. As you rightly said, either the financial credit or credit in terms of the right kind of placements or credits in terms of the grading. Somewhere if the student is benefited, he will definitely be encouraged and motivated to take it up.
Hope so with the introduction of NEP, the policymakers have taken a good step regarding it, and hope so NEP, if taken care of this what they have proposed, I think the garden will be full of flowers then. But
good,
not before 5 years. Thank you.
I beg to disagree with you. I am very, very positive and very, very hopeful that we are going to be a transformed sector. Education is going to be a transformed sector very soon. Lot of innovative ideas are taking shape. I have seen that. So based on my experience, I would say let us look at everything from a very positive perspective. Even if the child is taking up a course, let us see how this course can benefit and how we can support. As you rightly said, garbage को इकट्ठा करते हैं, segregate करते हैं, पर उसके बाद उसका क्या है वो नहीं मालूम है. A very small thing, in your household also, you tell your housemaid also to segregate the waste, and she'll say you are adding up to her work. Initially my maid used to tell me, इससे तो मेरा काम बढ़ जाएगा, गीला कचरा उसमें डालूं, सूखा उसमें डालूं. But then gradually I explained. I told her कि इससे होगा क्या, अगर तुम ये नहीं करोगे तो इससे क्या होगा. I think that kind of awareness is very important, and then gradually everyone takes it up. I again beg to disagree with you that our ecosystem doesn't support the government policies, and what government wants us to do, we are not able to do because of maybe lack of resources or because of unawareness. business, again, the entire thing is changing now. The whole perspective is changing. So what you took up, your group took up, I would like to share with you what we have seen in the institutions. Very recently, we've associated with the Delhi University also. In some of the colleges, we are very happy to see that they are encouraging the students and the staff to bring electric vehicles. And on the campus itself, they have the charging stations. They are promoting public transportation. They are promoting cycling inside the campus where you have huge campuses. They are promoting a lot of walking also. They are giving incentives to the people who are walking and who are cycling. That way they are trying to encourage them. And then also the comprehensive recycling programs are being established for paper, for plastics, for e-waste. The IT department very categorically makes a policy and a process how to deal with the e-waste. And from the whole campus, they are treating it in a certain way. So the processes are needed, Also, what I would like to say is that these initiatives should not become a one-time initiative. So today the principal is very focused on this and he or she tells you to initiate all these sustainable practices. Tomorrow the person changes and you're back to square one. That shouldn't happen. Or if the top management has a different focus, then your focus also changes. What is important is that the initiative that has worked well, the initiative, the practice that has given you the right kind of outcome, that should become a process. Not just a one-time initiative. And when you say process, it's on a continued basis. The process has the outputs. You know what are the inputs needed and you know what are the outputs that you're getting. Okay, the next group. Can I request the group leader to present? You had dining, cafeteria, and procurement, these two areas.
So I request Monica ma'am if she can take up the point.
Asta, I love to hear from you first. I'll add on to what you will talk about.
Actually, the thing is, we didn't decided any leader. We just started,
No
talking
problem.
about the points.
I know the time was too short for all these things, but we are all mature enough to
Go ahead
manage.
with your idea. I'll add on.
A few of the ideas that the group collectively discussed were like in terms of cafeteria, so service, hygiene, cleanliness, all these things matter. So first point was using of biodegradable cutlery. So nowadays we have biodegradable cutlery. However, we need to pay extra for that meal wherever we're buying that. But yes, that is very helpful, eco-friendly also. Secondly, in terms of the fuel consumption, electricity, so of course we can use solar panels and solar heater panels for water consumption as well in the cafeteria, so that even water harvesting can be done, because the wastewater can be reused and recycled. So that is in terms of cleanliness and everything. We want to avoid plastic because it takes 1,000 of years to recompose and everything. So usage of plastic completely banned. We talked about that. And we also talked about the cooking oil that we use nowadays in terms of whatever we are cooking in, so that can be organic. And then in terms of, because cafeteria is dealing with all food and vegetables and other cereals, so we can buy in on organic. And in that, procurement can also be connected, like in terms of, we decided like Country Delight is one example where they're charging a bit high, but then they're giving us organic products well in time. So of course we can directly contact the main person from whom we can procure, removing the intermediaries in between, so that the cost of the final product also reduces. So some of the points are this. Monica ma'am, you can continue if I missed out something.
Yeah. So Asta very well explained. Ma'am, one more point is there for smart menus. We have heard about the digital menus, which have been, now, which have replaced the, physical copy of menus, because which are all made with paper and plastic and maybe at times not useful. So there's another concept of smart menus, wherein plan meals to minimize food waste and repurpose leftovers. So that's very important point we have seen everywhere. So, and one is urban farming, grow herbs and vegetables in small garden spaces for cafeteria, that many of the, new startups have already come up with, which are more sustainable in nature and successful also. So I think Asta has already covered up all points and initiatives, ma'am. When it comes to procurement, we feel that bulk buying that reduce packaging waste by purchasing in bulk. So that also actually is very important point which can be considered. Eco-friendly packaging again is very important aspect. Next is green logistics is very important aspect, ma'am, that use low emission transportation for same. So though they are not directly related to us, but we can sensitize our supply chain also to follow, low emission transportation. And paperless use digital tool of procurement process to minimize paper usage. Energy stars are there. We can have different, equipments with high energy efficiency rating. And obviously, you talked about the green initiative. So green logistics is also, very important for low emission transportation.
Very nice.
So these are some of the points which we cater to. So Asta, any point I missed?
Just one point adding to what ma'am said in the logistics part, that now we are seeing a lot of geopolitical tensions and, supply chain disruptions are going on. So as per even the government initiatives of Atmanirbhar Bharat, the PLI scheme of the government, we can also focus on supply of goods and services through domestic suppliers. So that will be self-reliant as well, and that will also help in curing like things like of unemployment, poverty in the country, and there'll be more suppliers in the domestic market. So ultimately, the costing of the product will also go, and there would be various other economic problems that will be sorted from the domestic market itself. So it will be more self-reliant.
Yeah, what Asta has added, one best example to learn the, this kind of sustainable development is Auroville in Pondicherry. Wherein the solar kitchen, and I don't know, many of us might have visited there. If not, they grow everything on their own, vertical integration to horizontal integration. There is no external intervention in terms of outsourcing it from externally. So they are so conscious of what they are eating, what they are drinking, and how they are processing it. So I think that's the best example. Yeah.
Very good. Very nice. And very, very good examples and good strategies you all have suggested. I'm so thankful to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And also in the dining areas, cafeterias, these days, reducing food wastage has become very important. People are becoming very cautious about the portion controls, about the donation programs. I visit this place called Bits Pilani, and in their cafeteria, a beautiful thing where the children are sitting and eating. You have everyday display how much food wastage happened yesterday and how many people could be fed with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So see how much of ownership the children are getting. When I go to eat there and I see that yesterday 5 kg food was wasted and at least 10 people could eat this, today I would not feel like leaving a leftover in my plate. I will take only the portion size which I can actually consume. So these kind of awareness campaigns are also very important. Then you can serve locally.
Sorry, many of the cafeterias, they started, using only veg and vegan food, but that will be a problem for people like me who are hardcore non-vegetarians, and then it will be challenging. But yes, they have started taking such initiative also. Yeah.
No, that's okay. I think being a vegetarian or a non-vegetarian does not in a very big way contribute to the sustainable goals. So that's a choice. And the cafeterias can definitely serve locally sourced organic food, maybe seasonal food, instead of going for packaged foods. And then for procurement, it is very important that you tie up with the vendors who align with your sustainability goals, your vision. Try and prioritize only purchasing eco-friendly products and services. Talk to them, be in touch with your vendors, ask them what their policies are, how are they manufacturing the goods. Maybe, I always tell the educational institutions that once in a while you should do a supplier audit also. Go visit their premises and see how they are manufacturing the products, what kind of material is being used. Okay, so there is the last group where people could not join the breakout room. However, I'll request if somebody would like to share some inputs on 2 areas. One was experiential learning opportunities, and the second one was awareness campaigns. Anything that you feel in the experiential learning opportunities, what all can be done to give your learners to create those kind of learning opportunities for them?
We have Dr. Nirmala raising hand. Yes, ma'am, you can go ahead.
Okay, good. Dr. Nirmala, please.
Yeah, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Good evening, ma'am. This was a great discussion going on. I would like to add one of my experiences very recently, which I come across from Red Cross Women's Wing.
Mm-hmm.
They have started a new concept called as utensil bank.
Okay.
That is generally we use all the plates, all the things which are made of either thermocol or plastic or some other things which are for small functions like birthday parties and so on. The wastage which is created is not measurable. We are creating so much of things which are doing some danger to the ecology. So they have planned that for small functions which have a size of 50 members in the party, they will give utensils, that is like tiffin plates or meal plates, which are made of steel, and that will be a rotation. One sponsor have sponsored this set for 30 members and 50 members, and they will if prior information is given to them, they will provide all the utensils.
Good.
So I'm not talking about catering or all other things which come across, which they'll bring as part. But this is one small initiative which started in our city, where people are just started towards using the utensils which are not reusable again and again. So we are
Good.
reducing somewhat minimum waste. We are creating a minimum waste, even though the initiative will be very small, but it will be creating a very good change in the coming future.
Very nice. Then also to increase the awareness, you can organize a lot of workshops, seminars, events, especially on sustainability. We
Yes,
talk
they
about
have.
so many other things, but we hardly talk about sustainability, especially educational institutions. This is where you can really start. Once the learner anybody wants to say something?
Madam, I want to add one more thing. They have
Yeah,
organized
sure.
a awareness camp in our college itself. That's why we came across to know them.
Okay. Lovely.
Ma'am,
Thank you for the chance, ma'am.
yeah, ma'am, could I,
Yes, please.
another related example that ma'am gave it. It's not related to campus, but ongoing the Kumbh Mela that is to be held at
Yeah.
Prayagraj. So
Yeah.
what organizations are doing that? A lot of people gather there, and a lot of plastic gets wasted through plastic thalis and glass and all. So what they are doing is they are collecting steel thalis and all, which will be used over there and reused over there. So it will save a lot of plastic.
Wonderful.
These
Wonderful.
are certain examples that can be replicated elsewhere.
Very good. Similarly, for Ganpati Visarjan also, people are coming up with several initiatives. What all
Yeah.
can be done to reduce that impact on the seawater?
If it comes to hygiene, ma'am, if it comes to hygiene of washing and again using these utensils, somewhere in the near future, one person who is interested will start a new mechanism to wash all the dishes in a very simple way with
Yeah.
multiple mechanisms where we use less water, less detergents, and so on. Waste will come up.
Yeah.
I hope
Yes,
so.
it will for sure. As I said, this is this risk management is going to lead to a lot of new opportunities, new initiatives, innovations. You will see a lot of things coming up, and these days also in India, there are thousands of startups. I am working with a group of the women entrepreneurs where I'm training them on writing processes and creating systems for their organization, so that right from the beginning they put up the right systems in place. So there I am amazed to see the kind of startups women are starting now these days. And women sitting at home, you would have never seen your mother wasting food. She would put the leftovers in her own stomach, but she would never put it in the dustbin. So I think the women who are staying at home, they really understand the importance of not harming the community, not harming the environment, and saving this planet. It starts from there and it comes in the children also. And then if schools and the colleges and the universities start putting in the efforts, I think the whole story will very soon change.
Yes,
In a lot of schools,
yes,
the
ma'am.
Earth Day, sorry?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to add one more point here.
Sure.
All our households will have a problem of leftover rice in the night. If you see YouTube in the present day trend, most of the videos are about how do we use the
Yeah.
soaked rice overnight and
Yeah.
making it probiotic with curd and all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some onion dalo, some chili dalo, or make it a flavor which is very rich.
Yeah.
And this menu is our grandmother's recipe.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm telling you, no? So it started from there. And we generally, we talk a lot about taking feedback. When our students, they go to the industry and they start working, it is very important for us to take feedback from the industry, how our students are performing in terms of social responsibility. Are they able to contribute to the bigger goals of those companies where our students are going? Yeah. In a lot of schools, the Earth Day is celebrated. A lot of initiatives, campus-wide activities are there. And then people have gone paperless. They are transitioning the administrative processes to the digital platforms. They are encouraging e-books. A lot of institutions are now encouraging the online submissions because they want to minimize the paper use. There are the internship projects, there are consulting projects with only these organizations who are focused on sustainability. So there are a lot of institutes, especially B schools I've seen, even IIM Bangalore does, IIM Ahmedabad does. A lot of small B schools also do this. So they associate only with those industries who are focusing on sustainable practices. Especially the business schools, I'll give you another strategy which you can implement. So you teach your students how to make business growth plans. Always make it a habit that you tell them to incorporate the element of sustainability principles in those business plans. Yeah. Our natural resources are limited. We need to make them understand that they are very, very critical. They are critical to the operations of the whole business ecosystem. Inclusion is another important area where, it's a social element. So the companies who take care of their people and elevating them to ensure that inclusion is there. I work with a few organizations in Dubai, in UAE, and in UAE, what I really like a lot about that country is that government is putting in a lot of focus to elevate their own people. There are people with limited abilities. They are getting new opportunities, and the government is creating those opportunities for them. People who are skilled, who are highly educated, they get very easy promotions. They get new opportunities to highlight those skills and their abilities. So I think these kind of support from the government, from the institutions, from the industry is definitely going to lead to a different scenario very soon. So we just need to remember that we don't consider social responsibility as charity anymore.
Right,
This is something which is central to the way we operate our business.
I believe
So with this,
we all completely agree to what you have said. It's time that we have to start inculcating all these things at the very primary education level as well.
Right,
Where we
right.
ask students not to talk about sustainability, rather to come up with the sustainable product ideas or service ideas.
Great. I'm glad that we did this activity and people have actually opened their minds.
Yes.
And they've started thinking about different ways to do it. We generally ignore it, We feel, ठीक है, इससे क्या फर्क पड़ेगा? एक
Right.
मेरे करने से क्या होगा? But what we have to believe is कि मेरे ही करने से होगा. If I don't do it, no one else is going to do it, right?
Correct. In fact,
Okay.
ma'am, the schools have been taking a wonderful initiative these days. I remember, my son in fact, for B schools, I'll tell you, there are sustainable has become like the keyword, the buzzword. They have conferences which are on sustainability, but then they keep those plastic bottles on top of that table, which I feel like, you are just not justifying what you are dealing with. In
Yeah.
fact, in schools, I've seen they have nowhere any plastic. In fact, they ask us to send all the leftover plastic bottles to their school, and they have projects which are made out of those plastic bottles. So they have pen stands being used in the class from those plastic bottles. They have caps which are decorated in form of school logos all over the place.
Lovely.
And not so I've seen that he doesn't prefer using any packing paper because
Lovely.
he uses the
Lovely.
newspaper to pack and gift. Right? No foil is allowed. No plastic tiffin is allowed. No plastic pencil box is allowed. So
Lovely.
yeah, when
So
we
imagine when this generation is going to run the country, it's going to be a different scenario altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we all have a very bright future ahead. Let's stay positive and let us keep putting in our own contribution in whatever small way we can.
Ma'am,
And we
can
will
we
see
take
the
another
change.
question from Professor Nirmala?
Yeah, sure.
I think we are all too excited about this.
No, ma'am. This one is connected to my mind because one of our practice from my institution is we practice a no vehicle day.
Okay.
All the people who are nearby to our institution will come by walk, or at least
Wonderful.
we minimize the usage by vehicle pooling
Oh,
on
very
that day.
good.
And one more initiative we have is we spend one day by wearing all handlooms only. Handloom clothes.
Wow.
Wonderful. But only on one day?
Yes. It's
To begin with,
it's
it's a good
To
initiative.
begin with, yeah,
Yes.
it's a baby
Yes.
step, but very nice initiative. I'm so glad to hear about all this, Nirmala. All the best to you and to your institution.
And one more practice is we have a small market here which sells vegetables, and we call it Raitu Bazaar in our state.
Okay.
I'm from AP, Guntur. There,
Okay.
for every now and then, we distribute the cloth bags
Oh,
to the
so good.
consumers,
So
which
good.
are free of cost. And we create some awareness campaigns on them to nearby villages. These are the initiatives taken by our institution long ago.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am, for the opportunity.
So like me and my some of my friends from the same residential society, we are the volunteers with Goonj. So we try and organize the Goonj camps very frequently so that people don't waste things. These things, somebody can use. And we make it a point that we tell everyone when you're giving your used clothes or toys or stationery, anything, it should be in a very good condition. Don't give torn things, and so that whosoever is using will actually be able to use. You don't do charity just for the sake of doing it.
Correct.
Okay, I
Okay,
think with
with
small
this-
changes in the
Yes.
mindset, we will see big changes. Thank you so much. Over to you, Ridhima. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for giving us that kick that, it has to be done from us. It is not that it will not make a difference, but we are the ones who will make a difference. And that's our way of celebrating that we loved your session. Those smileys,
Thank
those
you.
hand. It was amazing. Nitima, would you like to say something?
Ma'am, first of all, I think the very first thing that you have cleared today, that we have to come forward for practicing sustainability, right? And the way we are seeing the things, it is not like that. Government has already initiated, has already taken the steps. It's what we are not seeing, or we are ignoring the facts. Thank you, ma'am. And one thing that I'm going to take from your session to my classrooms, let's talk about the sustainable products and services. Let's try to come up with the new sustainable products and services rather.
Right. Thank you so much.
It's
With this, we
Goyal.
come to a wrap.
Hold on,
Yeah.
Goyal, ma'am.
Guys,
And-
we'll
Yeah,
give you
thanks.
Aarti
Thanks,
ma'am's
Dr.
LinkedIn handle, and then any more questions or discussions, I think you can flow it to her, ma'am, if you're okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah.
sir. Absolutely.
I just need
You
30
can-
seconds. So actually,
Okay.
Sustainability topic is so close to my heart that I can't stay away for just speaking 30 seconds to you, Aarti ma'am. It
Lovely.
was really a wonderful, and I must say it was very insightful, because taking in regard about the sustainability products or services, I think the best is that we as human has to be sustainable enough, because it's not only the physical health, but I feel our mental, emotional, and social well-being has to be connected, so that there has to be economic sustainability, and I think all of us should be able to live in harmony. So I think that is the first and the foremost thing which you talked today, which was very, very enlightening for all of us. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this brief interaction, Richa. Thank you. Pleasure talking to you.
Thank you
Thanks.
so much. Thanks to ma'am. And with this, we are coming to the next leg of the session, that is the assessment. So I told you now I'll be giving you all the stress after 6:30. So we will be sharing the link of doing this assessment, and we will give you good 60 minutes to complete this assessment. So from 6:45 to 7:45, you can complete this assessment, and this is a mandatory part of this FDP. You have to secure 70% of the marks as said by the AICT. 7:45, we are meeting again, and the second leg of the assessment will start from there. Every single participant has to speak at least 2 lines of their learning from the FDP, and then we'll go ahead with the valedictory session. So all the best for your assessment, for your test.
Okay, one more thing, few announcements I have to make. See, I have been getting messages that you've been traveling or you've been, not well, so you'll not be able to give assessment. We have to submit the results by tonight, and that's why it's a Google form. We'll not be able to wait. The link will close exactly at 1 hour. So if we share the link at 6:45, we'll close the link at 7:45, and we will not open it if you want to give it tomorrow or day after tomorrow. So please don't message for all that, because it is not possible. This is not our rules and regulations. These are the regulations we've got from AICT. So we'll be sharing the link. You have to submit within the timings, which is 7:45. 6:45, we'll open the link. 7:45, we'll close the link. Okay, so please submit within that time duration. Don't ask us to give you the link, or you can give the assessment on some other day.
Ma'am, I want to say something.
Yes.
Ma'am, I am facing a problem for the attendance on 17. I have attended the session, but
Please
I
don't
could not.
worry for the attendance. Let me tell you, many a times the AICT website is crashing.
Okay.
Right? Please do not worry. Everyone sitting over here for this session, and those who are not only listening, right?
Okay.
I just want to tell them also, please don't worry for your attendance. If you are attending the sessions, trust us,
You will
we
get
will give you the attendance.
We've been very, very generous, though we've
Okay.
got a rules that 70% of the session should be attended. We are still giving you attendance if you were even there for an hour. We are being very generous, but it is a very time-taking task, and we are also considering all the messages. But please don't drop messages, because it becomes very difficult for our students who are helping us in this, who are coordinating with us, to manage this thing. Okay.
One thing I want to also ask one thing more.
So,
After
can we discuss all these things after the assessment? Because the time.
Okay,
because
okay, ma'am.
time
Okay,
as well.
okay.
So, Ridhima ma'am, I'm putting the link over here.
Yeah, I think we should put it here only, because those who are not attending the session should not get it, right?
Yeah, we have put the link over here.
The link is there. It is 6:45 that we've shared the link. Yeah, and 7:45 we'll close the link. We are closing the meeting here on Google Meet. You can note down that link, share it in, save it in your notes, and you have to join back the same link at Nitima 7:45.
Yes, ma'am, at 7:45.
7:45, come back to this meeting. We'll have the
Where is the
management.
link, madam? You have shared the link. Where is it in the chat box, madam? Just
In the chat box, please copy it and paste it in
yeah,
your
thanks,
notes, because we'll be ending this call now.
Ridhima, just wait for 2-3 more minutes so that.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes. I'm just stopping the recording, and we'll be here for another 10-15 minutes. But still, please note it in your notes.